Okay, السلام عليكم. Good afternoon. We will start within few minutes إن شاء الله. نبدأ خلال دقيقتين لثلاث دقائق إن شاء الله بنبدأ الكورس. الصوت واضح رجاءً. My voice is clear. الصوت موجود بس دقائق وبنبدأ إن شاء الله. There is sound, but we are just waiting for our colleagues to join. 1 minute إن شاء الله and we will start. So can we start now? Are you ready? Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let's start. So this is Dr. Ibrahim Ajuri. I'm going to continue with you for today's lecture and for tomorrow, inshallah, till the end of the course. As you can see, yesterday and the day before, my colleague Dr. Ahmed have started the introduction to the concepts of strategic planning. He have sorted out some items related to the healthcare administration and leadership. And today and tomorrow, inshallah, we will have some discussions about a group of concepts that are affecting directly the concept of or the way how we are managing the healthcare administration and how we are dealing with with our processes and operations in the healthcare administration. Today, for example, we will talk a little about the teams and how we can formulate a teams. Then we will move to some items related to the type of teams. Also, we will consider some items related to action planning, and then by tomorrow, inshallah, we will talk something. We will discuss something about communications, some items related to transformational leadership, and other concepts. So please, while I'm introducing to you those concepts, and while I'm discussing with you, if you have any question, feel free to write it in the chat box and to ask me about it or to clarify it through the discussion. Initially, the first lecture will be about the type of teams, and in this lecture, mainly we will discuss some items related to an introduction to the teams concept and the types of teams in the healthcare organization and on other also organization as well. So let's just have a quick question as an interactive question. Who have been ever enrolled or being a part of a team? Have any one of you ever been a part or a member in a team? So we are getting some answers now by yes. What do you think? Why do we need to have a team? What kind of benefits we can obtain from team working? What are the advantage of having a team? Why do we need to consider the concept of team? Or what do we mean at the beginning? What do we mean by team? We have some answers: to do project, to help each other, to do collaboration, brainstorming, cooperation, اختلاف الآراء, improve work, improve the quality of work, manpower, different thoughts, share knowledge, see things through different perspective, a group of people to achieve the goal. All are correct answers. So initially, once we are talking about team, we have to understand that team is a group of people who perform an independent task to work toward a common task or mission. So we are talking about a group of people. مجموعة من الناس, they are working together, they are sharing the same task or the same aim or goal, and they are achieving their targets or their mission. مجموعة من الناس بتحاول تعمل بجهد الفريق الواحد من أجل تحقيق هدف معين أو تاسك معين أو مهمة معينة. This is initially the concept of team. Example of those teams: in any hospital or in any healthcare organization, we might have, let's say, for example, nursing team or medical affairs team or pharmacy team or infection control team. As well, we sometimes have a mixed team between nursing, medical, and pharmacy, for example. Or we might sometimes have teams that consisting of a group of people from different specialties. You might have the hospital director together with the director of the nursing, as well the medical affairs director, and other people are sharing in the same team. So this is just only a brief about the concept of team. Then we need to understand what do we mean by teamwork. روح الفريق أو عمل الفريق الواحد. The process of working collaboratively with a group of people in order to achieve a goal. So it is the collaborative work, or it is the gathering of the efforts between the team members toward one direction. This is what we called it a teamwork. Then also we need to understand what do we mean by multidisciplinary group. Can anyone answer me by what do we mean by multidisciplinary group? What do we mean by multidisciplinary group? What do you think? What is multidisciplinary group؟ من جميع الأقسام several team work on different field مكون من تخصصات مختلفة. A group of people from different disciplines have same goal, different experienced team members, different specialties. مجموعة من الأقسام مختلفين, individual from different disciplines, doctor, nurses, nutritionists, etc. All are correct answers. This is what we are like. What is the meaning of multidisciplinary team? It is a group of people that have different background but complementary skills who work towards a shared objective. Example, we might have an improvement team who is working to improve the hand hygiene, for example, compliance in the hospital. This group of people who are from nursing department, from medical affairs, from pharmacy department, from infection control, from housekeeping staff, from even support services team or social workers, the collaboration of this team is, or the collaboration of this group can be entitled under the name of multidisciplinary team or multidisciplinary approach. Why do we need to have this approach? What do you think? Imagine with me, if we are working in the hand hygiene, or if we are working, let's say, for example, on the needle stick injuries, or if we are working on the medication errors, do you think this will be the responsibility once we are talking about medication errors? Do you think that this is the only responsibility of pharmacy people? What do you think? Is it only the task of pharmacy people to improve or to maintain zero medication errors? Sure not, because the pharmacist or the pharmacy people are going to prepare the medication. But who will administer this medication to the patient? The nursing team. Who will order or who will prescribe the medication for the patient? The medical team, the physicians. And then who will take this medication from the pharmacy to the nursing unit? Sometimes it is a manual process by a porter, or sometimes it's a technical process through a tube system. All those people who are involved in the cycle of the medication should act and should have a collaborative efforts in one team just to start improving the medication error process. And this is why we need an what we called it a multidisciplinary approach team. The nursing team will give me, like, for example, some safety measures, how to administer the patient medication correctly. Or the pharmacy people can give me a hint how to deal with the correct the correct dispensing and preparing of the medication. And the medical team as well, the physicians, will give me some instructions or some actions how to prescribe a correct medication with a correct dose to a single patient. So the most important concept, while you are dealing in an improvement team in your hospital, don't always be biased to your specialty. Try to do or try to consider the multidisciplinary approach. Sharing the information and the different backgrounds of the people can really give you different opinions and multiple values in the way how you are going to change the thing that you are working on. So this is why we are always advising the people to do what we called it a multidisciplinary approach. Then we need to understand another concept. If you have any question, or I can proceed. Any question? Okay. So another concept also, we have to consider it once we are talking about the introduction to the team is what we called it limited life teams and ongoing teams. And I think from the initial look to the concept limited life teams, I can understand that this team has a birth date and has a deadline to end up. But once we are talking about ongoing teams, this is what we called it a teams that can last for a long time and sometimes can be always there. So limited life teams such as performance improvement teams or quality improvement teams are formulated to overcome one issue in one of the hospital units and departments. Example, let's say that the same team who was responsible to improve the medication error in unit X or in the ICU or in the male medical unit or in the female medical unit or surgical unit. This team has a specific task, and after a while, I know that within 3, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, 2 years, this team will finish up with the task that was assigned to this team. This is why we called it a limited life teams. In the opposite side, sometimes we have what we called it an ongoing teams, departmental team, like physician of ENT service, or like the nursing team in the ICU, or even the infection control team of the hospital. Those people or those teams are a continuous teams or a continuous basis teams, ongoing teams. Example, like ENT services physicians, those are an ongoing teams. Nursing team within the hospital or pharmacist of the hospital under the pharmacy department are an ongoing teams. And we have a lot of examples like the social workers team, the nutritionist in the hospital, the clinical nutritionist as a team, the finance people as a group or as a team in the hospital. Nowadays, we are talking about customer service department as a teams or an ongoing teams. It is mainly related to the department function itself that the people are participating in. Clear? Okay. Now the usual question, once we are talking about the team concept, how many members should be there in a team? Share with me. What do you think? Do we need to have 2 people, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 12, 15, 20, 100? What do you think? What is the appropriate team members or team people should be in the team? We got some answers like 3 to 5, 2 and above, 5. 5. What else? What do you think? 4 and above, 6, unlimited, 2 to 6, 5. Depend on what we need. This is a great answer actually. 3 and above, 5. تعتمد على الهيكل التنظيمي للقسم. Exactly, yes. 5. It depends on the mission. All are correct answers, but let me just share with you one funny situation. If you and your friend talking to WhatsApp, do you think you need to create a group on WhatsApp just for you and your friend? Again, if you are talking to your friend on WhatsApp, do you think you need to create a group just for you and your friend on WhatsApp, or you can simply talk to him or her? No need for having a group of 2 people, right? So initial information about team members, 2 is not a number of people that should start with. 2 are only a colleagues or an sometimes we can use it, but this is in the very minimal chances. Let's start counting from 3 and above. Then what do we need to consider in this? We have a lot of scenarios, and we have a lot of conditions that can affect my way of selecting how many people should be there in the group members. Like, for example, I can start from 3 or 5 or 7 or even 9, or not 2 actually, 4, 6, 8, 10. Here I have two major concepts I need to understand: effectiveness versus efficiency. And this is one of the common concepts in the healthcare administration, as well in the general management or general administration. What do we mean by effectiveness, and what is the difference between effectiveness and efficiency? Let's say that staff nurse, or let's say staff X, is assigned to perform a task of auditing 5 medical patient files. This nurse or this staff consumed 2 days, and he have done the audit correctly. Again, I have an example of a staff who is assigned to do a medical audit to medical files of patients. As a manager, you have assigned this staff to do this task within 2 days. Then after 2 days, you came and you find out that your staff have done his task correctly within 2 days. So this staff is effective. He have performed the task correctly within the time limit that you have assigned him. Then in the week after, you assigned another staff to do the same task within the same time, but he was able to finish within 1 day only. So what do you think? Who is the effective and who is the efficient? Was this example clear to you? Anyone need to understand this example or to hear this example by Arabic? Okay, again, I have 2 staff to do audit for medical files. Both of them are required to perform the task within 2 days. Staff number 1 have finished the task within 2 days. Staff number 2 finished the task within 1 day. Which one is the effective staff? Both of them are effective. Both of them are effective. But which one is efficient? The efficient one is the staff who finished within 1 day. Why? Because he consumed less resources, less time, less effort. So again, the difference between efficiency and effectiveness doing the task and the resources you have. Efficiency is doing the same task with the minimal resources, or you are saving your resources and you are achieving your target. This is what we call it efficiency. Was this clear? Excellent. I will just talk in Arabic for a while. I just want to clarify the situation. الفرق بين الeffectiveness والefficiency: أعطينا مهمة لشخصين خلال يومين يطبقوا هذه المهمة أو ينفذوا هذه المهمة. واحد من الستاف خلصها خلال يوم، واحد خلص المهمة خلال يومين. هم الاثنين من ناحية فعالية هم فعالين هم الاثنين، لأنهم خلصوا المهمة الموكلة إليهم. ولكن من ناحية كفاءة، في واحد منهم فقط هو الكفؤ زيادة، لأنه خلص نفس المهمة في يوم، أو اختصر الوقت خلال يوم كان قادر انه ينهي المهمه الموكله له. فهو هيك بهذه الطريقه عمل سيفنج اكثر، او حافظ على عامل الوقت اكثر من الشخص الاخر. فبوث اوف ذيم هم الاثنين فعالين، ولكن واحد منهم الكفاءه تبعته اعلى من الثاني. واضح؟ Now this is the concept that we are discussing here in the way how we are selecting the number of people in the group members. Why do I need to consider efficiency or effectiveness? Because you have always to deal with minimal number of staff to achieve the target. This is one of the major consideration in your way of managing those people in the team. Or otherwise, you are not looking for your resources. Why do I need to have 9 people working in one team to achieve a task or a goal that can be done by 5 people only? The other 4 people or the other extra 4 people can deal with other tasks in different areas or in different scope. So effectiveness versus efficiency is an introduction for you while you are dealing with your team members selection. Another also criteria I have to consider it, odd versus even. What do we mean by odd and even? الرقم الزوجي والرقم الفردي. Do you think odd numbers better or even numbers better? Why odd? When you need voting, odd is the favorite. Alternate each other. إذا كانت النتيجة واحدة, same. Help each other. You can divide it to make most correct decisions. They used to say, sometimes while you are in the life cycle of the team, you might be like under the situation that you need to consider voting, or you need to take who are the people supporting your decision or your actions and who are the people who are not supporting. Imagine that we are working on a team of 6 people. We have started voting. 3 were accepting, then 3 were not accepting. Again, as a team spirit, as a team leader, you will be stuck to which decision you need to follow, right? So as a general recommendation, in the team members formulation, it is always better to have what we called it an odd number. العدد الفردي دائما أفضل من العدد الزوجي في تكوين الفريق. So odd number of people on the team are better than what we called it the even number of the team, and this is for avoiding any conflicts while you are doing what we called it a voting, or while you are considering the opinion of the team members on 1 or 2 scenarios or actions. Clear? Excellent. Overall, and widely accepted or worldwide and most updated evidences, or the most like recommended number is 5 people in a team, and this can cover the main functions of the teams, and then we will be able even to see those concepts in the coming lectures of today. So let's have case number 1. In the blood sampling collection area during August, there was 5 needle stick injuries encountered in the unit. The unit manager is assigned to formulate an improvement team to overcome the needle stick injuries. Total unit staff are 12. Describe the team that should be involved in this case. And this is just only like an assignment or an exercise that we are talking about. The unit manager should formulate a multidisciplinary team. This is number one, multidisciplinary. And I think it is clear to us now, what do we mean by multidisciplinary team? We need to have a people who are like sharing the information from different categories like nursing, laboratory staff, infection control, safety staff, or support services team staff. So multidisciplinary team for like phlebotomy services, infection control, quality improvement department, and hospital management. Once we are talking about effectiveness, select members with large experience and multidisciplinary approach, but at the same time, look for efficiency, because I don't want to waste the time of the people and having many meetings while they can perform better in other scopes. 5 to 7, and add members if required during the improvement plan. This is just only a quick scenario or a quick exercise for simulating the effectiveness as well, the group members, and the multidisciplinary approach in the team. So now let's move to what we called it types of teams. And here we need just to have some focus. Please just raise your attention in the coming few slides and information. Types of teams are the following: functional team, cross-functional team, clinical team, operational team, ongoing team, ad hoc team, and then self-directed teams. The initial look can can complicate the way how we are understanding the teams, but let's have one by one understanding. Functional team, الفريق الوظيفي. Functional team is organized to improve process in a given important function. It's very clear definition. Example: patient care, medication management, infection control, those all are functional team. If you are like, for example, if we are talking about hand hygiene and we have assigned a team to improve the hand hygiene from the infection control department, this is what we call it functional team. If we are dealing about, or if we are dealing with nursing care and we need to enhance the nursing care, we have assigned 5 nurses to run this task. This is a functional team. Again, the functional team is an organized team to improve one single process, and those people are from the same specialties or from the same unit, dealing with what we called it the improvement of the process or the task. But what do we mean by cross-functional team? Cross-functional team is a functional team that formulated to improve process within the organization through crossing the boundaries of the organizational structure and chart. We have said that we assigned 5 nurses to enhance the nursing care in the hospital, or number one, or initially those 5 nurses were assigned to enhance or to improve the nursing care in the ICU unit. The lucky thing, those nurses were able to enhance and to improve the nursing care in the ICU. So the director of the nursing enlarged the scope of those people, and he or she have assigned them to do the same task in different nursing units. This is what we called it cross-functional team. Those people starting to work in ICU, in surgical unit, in the OR unit, in the emergency room, in the outpatient clinics. So now those 5 nurses became a cross-functional team because they have crossed the boundaries of their communication or organizational structure. Was it clear to you? Okay. We will go back to the cases after the full explanation of the team concept. Then we have what we called it a clinical and operational team. Clinical team, I think it is very, very clear from the concept itself, as a designated functional team organized around a clinical condition or a clinical service line to improve all associated processes of care and services. This is what we called it, the clinical team. The operational team is a functional team organized to improve management and support services other than clinical services. If I'm asking you clearly, do you think we can assign a clinical team from a service or a people or a group of people who are not nurses, not physicians, not pharmacists, or not healthcare providers? Why not? Because it is a clinical team. Clinical team usually concerning of nursing team, medical team, pharmacy team, laboratory team, radiology team, and those people who are dealing with the clinical services of the hospital. They should have a clinical background. Yes. The question was, do you think we can assign some people who are not clinical staff to do a clinical team improvement? Usually not. Example, do you think you can assign the finance manager of the hospital to enhance the surgical site infection? What is the role of the finance manager there? Usually nothing, because he is not a clinical person to do. But you can enhance this by having a clinical or a pure clinical team, like the surgeons, the anesthesiologists, the nurses, the pharmacy people, the laboratory people, or all can participate in this clinical team. And the opposite definition is the operational team, which is a functional team organized to improve management and support services other than the clinical services. Clear? We have some comments from someone that, do you have any problem with the link? Can you repeat last one? Okay. Okay. So the concern was about the operational team, and as we said, the operational team is a group of people who are not by sure or not by rules are a clinical staff, but those people can be administrators who are not a clinical staff, or like HR staff, finance staff, IT staff, those people who are working on the operational improvement or the enhancement of the organizational management as well in the hospital. And those operational teams sometimes might be consisting of clinical team. Overall, you just need to differentiate between the clinical team. The clinical team usually are people with a clinical background, like medical team, nursing team, pharmacy team. Those are clinical people. Operational team in the hospital, like human resources, finance, support services, security, social workers as well, finance department. All those people are operational team. Clear? Excellent. Then, as we introduced in the beginning, what we called it then the ongoing team. Those people who can be functional, ongoing, cross-functional, operational, or clinical teams, but they have a very long period of formulation. Team might replace a committee or a division within the hospital. Those teams are almost permanent teams along the operation of the hospital. For example, once we are talking about hospital-wide quality improvement team, usually will last for very long time, and they will keep on working even if the members have been changed. The concept, the scope of this team will be continued for a very long time. This is why we call them an ongoing team. Another important concept is the ad hoc team. Have anyone heard about ad hoc? And what do we mean by ad hoc team? What do we mean by ad hoc team? Additional team to assist the major team or functional team. This is, yes, a correct answer. No idea? No. As you can see in the definition of ad hoc team is formulated to address one important issue or task within a specific time frame, and then this will disband. This team will disband, like it is a need for purpose. No, see, I will just try to explain it to you in a very simple way. Here we mentioned that root cause analysis team. Do you know what is the meaning of root cause analysis? It is one of the exercises that we are performing after a significant incident, or failure mode and effect analysis. Also, this can be what we called it an ad hoc team. The idea here, the root cause analysis usually will take how many days, how many weeks, or how many months? Usually, do you think the root cause analysis team can take months, years, or few days? Weeks, according to issue, days, months. Usually, the root cause analysis team will like start from the minimal days are 7 days, and it will not go more than maximum 45 days. Why? Because it is a very short task to be done. Those people are assigned to clarify the reasons behind the problem. This is their rule. After that, this team will disband. You are not going to take 10 months, for example, to understand a problem or to understand a situation. So the root cause analysis are a perfect example of the ad hoc team. Those people are formulated to address very quick, important issue or task within a specific time frame. And then they will finish up with their task. This is why we called it an ad hoc. Or let's say, for example, we are working on enhancing or minimizing the falls of the patient in the hospital. While we are in this improvement team, we discovered that we need to do a feasibility study or a financial effectiveness of one action. During the project itself, we called two or three people from the finance department to study the financial impact of something related to this project. They have done this study within 2 days or 3 days or 5 days, for example, and they finish. Those people who came from the finance department to support me while I'm doing my task in the big or in the mega project of enhancing or minimizing the fall, those finance people can be considered as ad hoc team. They did their task and they finished. Was this clear to you? So what do we need to consider while we are formulating the ad hoc team? Do you think I need to bring someone who have just joined the hospital, like someone who is 2 months only, 3 months, for example, or someone who is a fresh graduate just recently joined the hospital? Or do I need to consider someone who is skillful, knowledgeable, expert, and with a very high level of seniority? Those are the criteria how I'm going to deal or to select what we call them the ad hoc team. Because those people, again, are expert people who need to run the show within a few days and they need to finish. So in that part, you are not going to take the task or you are not going to assign the task to someone who is very new in the hospital, someone who is junior, or someone who is not expert in this area. Was this clear to you, the concept itself? You have no questions? Why does the abbreviation means ad hoc? I really don't know. You know, this is a good question. Actually, I will search for it. Amani, I will search for the answer. Do you have any other questions? Or we can proceed? I will clarify to you the concept of ad hoc. Just give me some few minutes and I will clarify to you. So another type of teams, what we called it, yeah, Amir, we will look. I will look for it. Don't worry. I will update you. Now, another type of teams, what we call it, self-directed teams. Self-directed teams are formulated cross-functionally. Again, cross-functionally. Do you know what's the meaning of cross-functional? They are crossing the boundaries of their departments and units. So they are working on different units and departments in the organization to complete a whole piece of work or service and share many management responsibilities and are given high authorities in decision making among the hospital. This type of teams have higher autonomy, higher skills, and they can solve problems, direct others, and know how to evaluate services. Clear? Again, we are talking about the self-directed teams. Self-directed teams are formulated cross-functionally. Cross-functionally is very clear for us now. Cross-functionally means that they are crossing the boundaries of their units and departments to complete a whole piece of work or service and share many management responsibilities and are given high authorities in decision making among the hospital. This type of teams have a higher autonomy, higher skills, they can solve problems, direct others, and know how to evaluate services. What do you think? Who can be in a self-directed teams? Who are the self-directed teams in your hospital, for example? Clear. Are they administrative executive, HR? Yeah, Miss Jan or Mr. Jan, clear. Are they administrative executive? What do you think? Who are the people that might be in a self-directed teams? Mid administration and high experts, physicians. Exactly. Those people, again, look for the characters in the definition itself. Those people having high authorities in decision making. Who can take decisions in the hospitals? Usually managers and directors, medical director and executive directors and consultants. For example, those people have again have a higher authorities in decision making among the hospital. This type of teams have higher autonomy, higher skills. They can solve problems, direct others, and know how to evaluate services. So if I'm talking about self-directed teams, I might consider like a, nursing director, for example, or I can consider a hospital like sorry, the sound is clear or no? Yes, there is sound, no problem. Okay, thank you. So again, we are talking about what we called it. People who are self-directed usually are the director of the nursing, the pharmacy manager, the medical director, or other directors in the hospital as a self-directed teams. Those people who are having high authorities, high decision-making skills, and they can direct people and solve problems. Clear? So just to go back for the definition of the concept of ad hoc, actually I have just got this information from my wife. She said to me, and she sent me this screenshot of the concept of ad hoc came from a Latin word that is mean for this. So it is just only coming from a Latin origin, and this means that ad hoc is related to for this. Clear? So by the end of our concept in the teams and the types of teams, I just need to remember the following things. Don't overutilize teams. Sometimes you have what we called it like some task or some improvements can be done with one or two people only, but don't overutilize teams. Not like don't consider teams in everything. If you need to improve something that is very simple and can be done within a few days, you don't have to formulate a team. Also, balance your team membership to enhance the efficiency. Don't mix responsibilities between teams and departments. Like, for example, don't formulate a team to do the task of the HR people, right? Or don't formulate a team to do the function of the finance department. Correct? Also, cross-functional team can enhance staff experience and connections among your hospital. Again, cross-functional, we said that those people who can participate in what we called it on across boundaries of their organization. In that part, once you formulate a cross-functional team, usually your people who are in the cross-functional team will enhance your like they will enhance their connections to other people. They will enhance their communication skills in the other units and departments. And by the end, always do your checkpoint evaluation during the team performance. Don't assign a team without watching the performance of this team. Was this clear to you? Or do you have any question or any clarification? Again, our quick review to this lecture was about the concept of the team. We said that team is a group of people who perform an independent task to work. They are working toward a common task or mission or something to achieve. We said something about multidisciplinary approach, and this means that bringing people from different backgrounds in one task to achieve one goal. Limited lifetime life teams versus the ongoing life teams. We said that the most recommended number of team members are 5 people, and we are always focusing on odd numbers to avoid any like conflicts or to avoid any similarities in the decision. We said something about or we talked about the type of the teams: the functional team, the cross-functional team, clinical team, operational team, ongoing team, ad hoc team, and self-directed teams. From those types of teams, what do you think? Who are the people who have the most high authority or the decision-making skills? Which one of them? The self-directed, yes. And which one of those types are the team that is formulated for a few days to run a very quick win or a very quick task and finish the ad hoc? Correct. So do you have any question, or we can proceed to the next lecture? Any question? Okay. So we will move to the next lecture. No, there is a sound. Just wait. We will start in 1 minute. الصوت واضح؟ Okay. Let's proceed to our second lecture of today, which is about the stages of team development. Actually, in this lecture, we will have some introduction to type A versus type B personalities, introduction to the team staging, the following stages, the forming, storming, norming, and performing stages. Please feel free to ask whenever you have encountered any question or any clarification, and feel free to write it in the chat box. So the initial thing we need to discuss in this lecture is about type A versus type B. What do you think? What is the meaning of type A versus type B? We have what we call the type A versus type B. Is it something about management, something about task, something about type of goals or type of objectives? What do you think? Type A versus type B. Management. Agree, disagree. Have you ever heard about type A personality, type B personality? Do we have such a classification of personalities? Yes, we have. Some of your answers, goals and members, no. Personality, yes. Perfection, different skills, no. Okay. And some of the management references, they said that there are two different type of personalities. And once we are talking about A, B, and C, what about type of quality? No, we are talking about type of personalities. And this, in this lecture, especially while we are talking about the team forming or the stages of team formulation, I need to consider the type A, type B people. And in some management books, they said that there are two group of people in the organization, type A and type B. And this have nothing in difference of their performance. So just make it clear in your mind. It is not like type A is better than type B or type B is better than A. No, both personalities have different characters. And once I started like talking about type A characters and type B characters, you will start recognizing your colleagues in your hospital or in your healthcare organization or in your department who have this character and who have type B personality characters. So starting with the type A. Type A are the quick multitasking people. Those are who are self-driven and highly competitive people, ambitious and goal-oriented, impatient, ما عندهم صبر. They need to work more and more. They need to finish immediately. They need to do everything quickly. They are sometimes aggressive. They are controlling and dominant. They are high risk for heart disease. They said, this is just like, just for a kind of fun. They said type A people are high risk for heart disease. Those people who are like, they are always busy. They need to do more. They need to finish more and more. They are motivated by challenges, and they are easily stressed out. This is once we are talking about type A. But if we will move to type B, those people who are less competitive and they are focusing on enjoying their life. They are easygoing, relaxed, and highly flexible. Highly flexible. And this is something important. They are energetic, outgoing. They are imaginative people and creative people. They are in the high level of life satisfaction. They have fun, loving, easygoing and people oriented. They are spontaneous and enthusiastic, friendly and inspiring. They are self confident, and they are highly patient and less prone to stress. So, what do you think? Which is better, A or B? So, B, B, mix of them, B, both, B, A, B. It is situational, Mr. Yahya. Thank you for this excellent answer. It is situational. B, but we need A people. Depend. Need according to the nature of the task. B, have life balance. Some traits of both. Yes. Here is the idea. I will give you two different goals or two different projects to do. If I have a task to be done within 1 month with a very high volume of work, do you think I'm going to have my whole team members from both teams, or I need to have 90% of my people in this team are of type A and only 10% from type B? If I'm talking about a very high volume of work and a very short time of or a very short time to perform, do I need to have 5 out of 6 people from A and one only from B, or do I need to have mixed members? You are all are answering correctly. So it is usually depending on the type of the task I am running. Again, if I'm working on enhancing the hand hygiene within 1 or 2 weeks only before an MOH visit or before an inspection to my hospital, do I need to have type A people or type B in this task? Most likely I will go to type A. Why? Because I know that those people can perform very quickly and they can deal with the task with a high volume of task, and they can deliver a very high volume of effort. And I know that I have a very short time, so I will focus on type A. But what if I'm working on a different project which can last for 6 months to achieve like an award or a recognition from a very prestigious entity like Patient Safety Center? They are providing the annual award of Patient Safety Center, for example, and this will take 6 or 8 months. Do you think I will give this only to type A people, or do I need to focus on type B? I will go with the choice of type B because I know that those people have, they are always looking for the perfection of finishing a task. They are creative and they are intelligent people. So now again, I will repeat my question. Which is better, type A or type B? You know what is the answer? Which is better, type A or type B? It depends on the team leader, the manager, the director. You should have someone who is intelligent enough to differentiate between these two different categories of personalities and know exactly what he is going to do with the task that he is dealing with. So both types are working perfect, but it is mainly related to the type of the task that we are dealing and the goal that we are going to achieve. Clear? Then, now I will start talking about the stages of team development. Initially, we started to talk about the different categories of the personalities in the organization or in the healthcare organization. And why do I need to do this introduction for the type of the personalities? Because as you will see now, in each step of formulating the team, or in each step of having those people, you will start finding some characters that you need to consider in each step. Like in forming stage, there are very famous things that we can encountering in the storming as well, norming, then performing. So let's move one by one. And please, for this lecture, again, my voice is clear. طيب الأخت فاطمة I think المشكلة من عندك. Okay. So the initial step, the first thing in the stages of the team is the forming stage. In this stage, team members are getting to know each other. Team leader plays a large role in bringing the team members together and establishing the ground rules. The leader will list down the rules and responsibilities of each member. The leader also will introduce and emphasize on the goal and objective of this team. I have been assigned to run an improvement team. As a team leader assigned by the management, my role now is to gather those people who are formulated by the management. They gave me 4 members, and I am the leader of this team. So we are all 5 people. And I know that in the team stages, now I am in the forming stage. What do I need to do as a leader? First of all, I will introduce myself to the people. I will start to like recognizing the team members. I will start assigning the responsibilities of the team. I will put the ground rules. What are the rules and regulation of this team? The expected time that we are going to finish our task, and what is accepted and what is not accepted within the team spirit. And then I will start giving the chance of those people to introduce themselves, to get to know each other. And this is what we called it the forming stage. This is a very like peaceful stage. Here people can express their, like, you know, they are enthusiasm to be part of this team, and they need to show some, like, you know, acceptance to the concept and willingness to perform and to achieve, and how they will have their harmonization between each other. In the forming stage, this might take a long time comparing to other stages. And this depends on the team diversity, backgrounds, and degrees. Like, for example, if you have this team or those group of people who are coming from different nationalities or from different cultures or coming from different backgrounds, like if you are mixing a pharmacist with the nursing, with a medical team, with the admin staff, with the financial people. So the diversity of the team, the size also of the team can affect the forming stage. And the much bigger number of people in the team, the more that you are going to stay in the forming stage because of the extra number of people or the higher number of people, as well the diversity of those people in this stage as well should be under the full control of the team leader. And here it is very important for the team leader in the initial stage of forming the team to show a very strict personality dealing with the people, and he should show a very strong people management skills. The team leader in the forming stage, strong and firm personality. He utilizes clarity in the subject and should lead the conversations among the team members. The team members in the forming stage should be active and good listener, should give a good impression, and it will, because the first impression as usual will last long. Was this stage clear to you? Okay, so I said the forming stage is a peaceful stage. Let's move to problems. Let's move to conflicts. Let's start our storming stage. We will have a lot of discussions. We will have a lot of misunderstanding in the second stage. Here, in this stage, the stage where the team members begin to push against the boundaries. Each member will try to convince other members about his or her working style and thoughts. I need to convince people about my opinion. People should be convinced with my thoughts, my ideas. In this stage, a good team leader is the cornerstone of the phase. Imagine that the team leader in the storming stage is very peaceful person. He will lose the control. The team will be totally separated from harmony. The team will not have a teamwork concept. Each one will start like, supporting his or her idea with evidences, and he need to prove his idea. So the essential thing to be considered in this stage is a very firm team leader who should control, or who should or she should perform a firm control over the discussions and the track of subjects listed in the team agenda. As a team leader here, you have to avoid, like, the flexibility in the discussions. You should put the limits of the meetings. This meeting start at 9, then it will finish at 10. We have to finish our task within this 1 hour. Side talk, discussions, like, or any unwanted discussions are not allowed in my meeting. We have all together, we have to achieve this task. Uh, Miss Fatima, contact the organization, the organizers, sorry. At the same time, the team leader in this stage should emphasize more in the trust relationship among the team members and keep the positive atmosphere and the positive spirit. Team leader should avoid bias in this stage, because bias or supporting one person rather than others will give a very bad impression to other team members, and believe me, they will not go together, or they will not go to the performing stage in the team or in the team cycle. So again, I will just give you an impression about the storming stage. In the storming stage, usually, this is what we called it, the high touch stage. The high touch stage means that the people are always conflicting in this. I need to prove my opinion. My colleague in this member also need to prove his opinion as well. And others need to prove their ideas or their opinions. And here in this stage, usually, you might have some conflicts among your team. So what is mainly required from you as a team leader is to apply a firm control among the team who are working with you, or otherwise you will lose the control. Then you will be stuck in this stage. Imagine yourself, you have like 5 or 4 meetings only to perform and to start formulating an improvement regarding one task. Then you were not able to control the storming stage. What will happen? You will lose your effort. You will waste your time without performing well in this stage. So overall, the main essential thing to be considered here is to have a very firm rules in the meetings, so people can work together, can respect each other, and can start acting together to achieve the target that we are achieving, or that the target that we have agreed at the beginning. Questions, please? Any question? Okay. The next phase, we are done with the conflicts. We are done with the high tone of voice. We are done with the aggression. Then now we need to start norming. We need to start having a harmony. The people now will start to work together. In this stage where team members start to become together. ما في مشكلة لا. In this stage, teams start to become together, resolving their conflicts, resolving the differences between each other, appreciating the strength of the team members, and respecting the leader's authority. So this is what we call the norming stage. The team members start to move to cooperation rather than competition. Competition is one of the famous things in the storming, but in the norming, it is cooperation, collaboration. Here, you will have a teamwork spirit. In this stage, it is common to see team members asking help of other members. Clear? So, in the norming stage, the team members will start to give and receive feedback from other members of the team. Like you will have a dialogue, a discussion, a peaceful discussion. Someone will ask a question and other people will answer. Someone will ask help, others will give and effort their help to other members. In this stage, team members will show more commitment and loyalty to the team because the trust relationship has been already built. So loyalty and commitment are very significant character of norming stage. In this stage, we can see some clues of the objectives achievement. Like if we said that we are working on enhancing the hand hygiene in the hospital, in the norming stage, you will start seeing an improvement in the overall compliance to the hand hygiene all over the hospital units and departments. If our goal was to achieve like 90% compliance to hand hygiene, and we are starting from 60% in the norming stage, it is possible to see that the overall compliance to hand hygiene start to raise from 60% to 65, 67. Gradually, it will start go up toward the goal that we have set in the beginning of this team. Then we will go to the performing stage, the professional stage, the mature, the adult phase of the team. In this stage, الصوت واضح ولا راح؟ clear؟ clear صح؟ clear. Okay. Okay. So we are talking about the performing stage. Performing stage, as I said, it is the mature phase of the team, the adult version of the team. Here we will start, performing. Here, if you have a list of 20 tasks in this team, you will find out that you are almost done most of those tasks, and you will start, harvesting the result. مرحلة اللي هي تحقيق النتائج بما يخص اللي هو عمل الفريق. البرفورمing stage. In this stage, the team harmony will be in the maximum. If staff A is absent, staff B will continue the work of staff A. This is a sign of harmony. There will be no interruption in the performance of the team. The teamwork is very clear in this stage, where the team leader can delegate someone of his or her responsibilities to the members. Delegate, and this is one of the tasks or one of the concepts that we will discuss in the coming lectures is the delegation. In this performing stage, we might see the team leader delegating some task to his or her colleagues. Then, in this stage, there is a constructive discussion, constructive discussions and thoughts. The team leader in this stage is responsible to supervise the overall performance of the team. لو خرجت ودخلت يروح علي الساعات لا ما في مشكلة، بس برضو تابعي مع الأورجنايزرز، لأنه التحضير من خلال الحضور. We need a break. خلينا بس نخلص المحاضرة إن شاء الله we will go for a prior break. البريك الصلاة بعد المحاضرة هاي إن شاء الله. And also, in this team or in this stage, the team leader also will start evaluation of the performance of the whole performance of the team. Also in the performing stage, in this stage, we can see partial or full completion of the team goal. And in this stage also, the team leader can create a pathways or algorithm of the team performance. After the finishing of the task, you will find that maybe the team leader can create a model for the people how to do such improvement in the future. He might list down some criterias or some guidelines how to perform in this task or in such task, because he got benefit from the overall performance of the team. Now, if you have, do you have any question for the performing stage or no? Any question? Okay. I need to consider the following items in my stages of team development. Here, changes in the team members can take you back to the forming stage. So this is why it is important for you to carefully select. One second, Mr. Abdulrahman. 1 second, I will answer you. I'm talking about the first point. Changes in the team members can take you back to the forming stage. Look for your choice at the beginning. Again, can you just please focus on the slides? Let's go back. We said that we have 4 stages on the team development, right? Now, if we are in the forming stage, the first phase here, this one. And while we are in the forming stage, me as a team leader, for example, I discovered that staff X is not doing well and have no knowledge or experience regarding the matter that he is working with or he is working on. As a team leader, I can change this member because I am in the initial step. I am in the initial stage. And I have to consider a very careful selection of team members. In any hospital in the kingdom, you will never find a hospital with less than 200 or 300 members. Even in the smallest hospital in the world, there are at least 100 plus people in the hospital. Out of your selection, make sure that you are selecting the people who can perform well in the team, because if you have selected your team members, then you are starting in the forming stage, then storming stage, and then you move more and more, then you discover that there is a group or there is a member in this team who is not working well or who is not performing well. As a team leader, if you are going to change this member, this will take you back to the initial step of forming. You know why? Imagine you are here in the third stage. Here you have added a new member. This member who have been here working with the people in this stage, he will start raising up his voice, his thoughts, and his opinions. So you will go back to storming. So again, you should focus on the way how you are selecting your members, and you need to careful select those people who can perform well, because otherwise any changes in the team members will take you down or will take you back to the initial step of the team staging. The team leader might be changed during the journey, and in this case, situation will depend on the stage. The leader might be changed during the performing stage and nothing will be affected if he or she have done the correct delegation. Again, let's go back to the stages. Let's say that we are in the storming stage, the second stage. Now, we discovered that as a management in the hospital, that the team leader of this team is not capable to manage the team, or he was not able to control the storming phase. He is not willing to enhance the control. So we have decided what to do. We have decided to change the team leader. In this stage, again, it will take you back to the forming stage. You will waste your time, you will waste your effort, and you will go back to the first step. But if you are in the norming and performing stage, usually a good leader can start delegating some of his or her tasks to one of his colleagues or her colleagues in the team. And this means that in the norming stage or performing stage, you might be able to change the team leader if you enhanced the delegation skills. Clear? So the team leader might be changed during the journey, and in this case, the situation will depend on the stage itself. The leader might be changed during the performing stage and nothing will be affected. If he or she was delegating some of his or her task, but if the leader left the team in the aerial stage, the team will go back to forming stage. Yes, exactly. Let me just go back to the question of Mr. Abdurrahman. Can the leader do any change in the members? The leader have the authority to change the members, but if I am a leader, and I know that I'm going to face those stages, if you ask me to do the changes in the team members, I will do the changes in the first step. In the first step, I have to know and I have to understand the characters of the team members. I can, as a good leader, as an expert leader, I can segregate which one is performing well and which one is not doing well in the spirit of the team or in the function of this team. So the expert, the effective leader of the team, who is the one who can detect the defects in the initial steps of the team stages. But again, you might also have some conditions or some extraordinary conditions, like let's say, la samah Allah, someone in the norming stage got sick and away, he left us for, or she left us for a very long sick leave. In that case, the team leader also is responsible to assign the group of this team to handle the effort of the other members who was lost for a few weeks or a few months, for example. But overall, if we are talking about changes in the team members, this should be done in the first stage, which is the forming stage. And in this stage, the team leader is the one responsible to assist, to do the proper assessment of the people effort and people knowledge and experience. Clear to you, Mr. Abdurrahman? Excellent. Mr. Yusuf, first two stage cannot change. No, in the first stage we can change, but in the other stages, those changes most likely will take you back in the forming stage, unless you are in the performing and you are controlling the team. You you can handle the situation. Any question? The last thing, the last statement in this slide is team leader should, no, sorry. Leader create leaders. While you are in the 4 stages of the team formulation, as a leader, you should empower your staff. You should delegate your staff. You should, teach your staff how to manage people. So this is why they always said, leader create leaders. If you are a team leader, you are managing a group of 6-7 people, let's say, for example. If you ask me to assist you or to do an assessment for your effort, I will look for 2 things. The first thing is whether the task was achieved or not. And the other thing, what are the skills that you gave to your members during the performance of this team? So, as you are doing your task with this team, you have also to look for enhancing their skills, not only managing the people. You also are required to do this enhancement. You also required to do like what we call it, like, affecting the people by your skills, by your personality, by your charisma. So at the end picture, what we will have? We will have a team who have done or have achieved his target, and a people or a team members who have, like, enlarged or enhanced their leadership skills. Clear? So now the area for you to ask. Please, if you have any question, feel free to ask. No, feel free to ask, please, because this actually is one of the interesting topics in the team stages. So feel free, if you have any question for the stages, go ahead for your question. Let me check just the schedule, if we are having a break now. Okay, our break will start in almost 10 minutes. So please, if you have any question or any clarification, let's have those questions and discussions. Then we will have our break. How can I build a strong, effective team? Yes, the break الصلاة بعد 10 دقائق إن شاء الله بنبدأ لربع ساعة بس إنه let's have your question. How can I build a strong, effective team? This is a very comprehensive question and very nice question. The first thing to consider is, what is the task I'm going to deal with? What is the task I'm going to achieve? Number 1, based on my task, I have to carefully select the people who should work with me. And this most likely depends on the type of the task I'm going to perform. As example, I need to differentiate between whether it is a long run or a short run task. Is it going to be done over 2 months, 2 weeks, 6 months, 8 months? This depends on the task itself. Then I need to select the people based on their backgrounds and based on their level of experience and level of seniority. If you ask me to formulate a team, I will most likely I will go to have like 70 to 80% of those people are expert people, senior staff, and then I will have one or two people with like minimal experience. Those people I need to enhance their staff, their skills, and their knowledge, and I will put them in the team. But I know that those people will be guided with the expert people in this team as well. And at the same time, a strong, effective team needs a very strong and very expert leader to handle the team performance. Clear? What is a good example of teamwork? Good example or a good result of teamwork? If you ask me for a good example of teamwork, most likely this will be like there is equity in the effort, equity in the performance of the people. Staff X, staff Y are working with equal amount of effort. This is a good example of teamwork. You know, like the tasks are equally distributed to the people, and they are satisfied with the type of task they are assigned to or they are doing. Another good example of teamwork is the harmony. There are no conflicts. There are more sign of cooperation between the people rather than conflict and competition. All are examples of teamwork. Yes, sure. Documentation or taking minutes is it important? Yes, and this will be in the coming lecture. It is one of the major rules uh, in the team responsibilities. By the way, we are talking about healthcare organizations. We are talking about hospitals. There is a very major rule and very golden rule actually in the healthcare organizations and the healthcare administrations. We are always saying that what is not written, not done. Don't run a team over 5 or 6 months without a documentation for the effort of the team. Believe me, people are not having an like the perfect memory. People have a good way to read or have the talent to read the effort or to read the discussions that were happening in the meetings, the task was being done, and the way how you document and archive your performance among the team. So this is a golden rule. Don't ever let your things without documentation, without archiving, without recording. What is not written, not done. Clear? Any question? Okay. So if you have no questions, we will go through our prior break, Salat al-Maghrib, inshallah. We will be back after 15 minutes at 7:10 to 7:15, inshallah. Thank you. Okay, can we start? Okay, so let's catch up again with what we have started in the last previous lectures, sorry. We haven't started with the concept of the team, and we said that a team is a group of people sharing the same task and working together to achieve a target or a goal. Then we go through the concept of teamwork, and then we said something about multidisciplinary approach, which means that we need to consider people from different background in one group and working toward a goal. Then we moved through the type of teams. We focused more on the cross-functional team, and we said that cross-functional team are those people who can cross the boundaries of the organizational structure. They can move from one unit to other unit, and they can achieve and they can perform their task among the different units and departments in the hospital. We also talked about the clinical and operational team. Then we said something about the ad hoc team, and we talked about the self-directed teams. And as you can remember, in the ad hoc team, we said that those people who are highly expert and those people who can run a task within a specific time and they can finish within this time. Then we said that what we call them the self-directed teams are the group of people who are having the higher level of authorities and those people who can direct others and can also make decisions. Then in the second lecture, we said or we discussed something about the stages of the team development, and we have simulated some scenarios that we might encounter while we are forming and performing within a team. And briefly, we said that there is what we called it forming stage, storming, norming, and performing. And we have differentiated some items about the type A, type B personality, and we agreed that none of them better than the other type of personality, but it is most likely related to the type of the task that you are dealing with, and it is also related to the task itself and the diversity of the task that you are handling. Now, let's move forward to start talking about some rules and responsibilities of the teams. What are the rule or what are the task of the team members within the team? So in this lecture, my discussion mainly will go through the selection of team members. I need to focus more on this part. I need to give an introduction to responsibilities within team approach and then task distribution of each team member. So earlier today in the first lecture, we talked something about the selection of the team members, what to consider in selecting your improvement team. How should we select our team members? And as I introduced to you, we have differentiated between type A versus type B personality. We gave an example. If you need to finish something within 2 weeks, or if you need to finish something within 6 months, the something or the thing that you need to finish within 2 weeks usually will be within type A personality rather than type B. Or if it is something you need to work on it for the coming 6 months, this will be considered by type B personality. As a team leader, you are the one to differentiate between your team members, which one of them is type A, which one is type B. المحاضرة بتنتهي إن شاء الله قريب الساعة 11 إن شاء الله. Also, you need to understand what is the task and the goal or the project that you are working on. And here, if you remember, we said that, for example, a clinical team will be dedicated for clinical improvement, but operational team, for example, can be dedicated for a general improvement rather than the clinical improvement. Also, as my colleague yesterday have introduced to you, we talk or he have introduced the concept of stakeholders. Imagine you are going to do an improvement in the ICU. Do you think it is correct to bring the improvement team out from the ICU, or you have to consider the ICU people? What do you think? Or if you are going to run an improvement in the radiology department, are you going to bring the laboratory staff to do the improvement in the radiology? So who is the stakeholders in the radiology department, for example? The stakeholders of radiology department are usually the people who are working in the radiology department, the specialist of radiology, the technician of radiology, the manager of the radiology department, right? The radiologist, also the assistant in the radiology. All those can be considered as stakeholders of radiology. So here, if you are going to assign a team, or you are going to do an improvement team in the radiology or in the laboratory, you have to think about who are the stakeholders. Don't bring someone from outside. Why? Because you might increase the resistance of the people to the change or to the improvement that you are going to run in this unit. Also, those people who are involved as a process owner, and don't ever forget the expert staff in the unit and department. Okay, you have to balance between giving a chance to the newly hired staff, the junior staff. You need to let them involved in such activities, but also you have to consider, or you always need to consider your what? Your expert staff, right? Also, in the selection of the team members, you should merge between the different factors while selecting the team members. The size of the team, as we said, 5 is the most recommended number. But if you are working on a hospital, or if you are working on a unit that have, let's say, 50 or 60 beds capacity, do you think 5 only can run the show? You need some time to increase the number, or to engage more people in this team. يا اخوان، نهايه المحاضره الساعه 11 ان شاء الله، واخر ربع ساعه قبل نهايه المحاضره عباره عن ديسكشن. واضحه؟ So you need also to clarify and to specify the task. Don't take a team, assign them to one general task. Like, for example, if we are working in the pharmacy department, I am not going to do a general pharmacy service improvement. Rather more, I will go specific. I will say that I need to improve the the medication dispensing or the medication preparation, or I need to improve the medication storage in the pharmacy, rather than general concept of improvement. So clarify your task, specify it, don't make it general. Always think about the multidisciplinary team, the multidisciplinary approach. Nurses can see something you don't know about it in the cycle of medication, and pharmacists sometimes can see different views for the infection control rather than the infection control team. So multidisciplinary can enhance your diversity of ideas, thoughts, and opinions. Also, select or set a time frame for the task. Don't be generous in selecting the time. Like, for example, if you are going to run an improvement, put a specific time frame for this improvement. Is it going to be done within 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, 8 months, 10 months? You have to specify your time frame. But don't let people work for no deadline. Consider another thing, rather than the multidisciplinary team. If you are working in a hospital, by the way, there is one common thing in the healthcare organizations all over the world. You will never find a hospital with a one nationality. Most of the healthcare organizations among the whole universe are always having a diversity in the nationalities of the people working there. In the pharmacy department itself, you might find 5 or 6 nationalities, in the nursing as well, in the medical as well. So always consider the diversity of the background in your team. One more important thing, which is the external eye, and this is also will come through the responsibilities and rules of the team members, and we will talk about it in a very detailed explanation. Also, the expert team members. So just only those are some tips and some like instructions once you are going to select your team members. Let's have this quick exercise. As a quality, we have a question. Some of the managers give limited time for major tasks. What is your recommendation? Well, this is usually related to what they called it the self-fulfillment theory. Managers can push the people to perform in a higher performance or in a higher effort, while once they are assigning a very short time for the task, or a very limited time for the task being done. Now, if you are asking me what do we need to do in case I am a team member, or in case I am responsible to run this team to achieve a task within a limited time, usually I will focus on type A people. I will have the group of the team to be the people who are highly performing, the people who are multitasking people, and who can finish immediately. They consider it as failure. Failure of what? Of success? No. This is not a failure. It can be considered as a failure if the team did not perform. But see, like, you have to accept as a team leader or as a healthcare organizer, or as a member in the hospital, or as a staff in the healthcare organization, you have to consider that achieving the target is not always something granted. You know, they said look for the journey rather than the target that, or the ultimate goal or the ultimate task that you need to do. In the journey itself, you might change, you might do some improvement. So it is very well known for us in the healthcare administration and organizations that it is not the ultimate goal that you need to achieve, rather than it is the journey itself. During the journey, let's say, for example, we are working on an accreditation, or we are working on, let's say, we are enhancing the accreditation in one hospital. This task will take, let's say, for example, 6 to 8 months preparation. And if, la samahallah, the hospital did not pass the accreditation, this means that there was zero effort done. What do you think, Mr. Abdulaziz? I give an example. If we are working on accreditation, and we know that, let's say that the GCI accreditation will come to my hospital in the coming 10 months, I will start preparing and I will start assigning teams for preparation of the accreditation, right? Now, if this team have done all the preparation, but unfortunately, the hospital did not pass the accreditation, can we consider that this is a failure? Or there was a huge effort done, but there was something wrong? So in that case, we will never judge that this is a failure. There was an effort. I need to understand where was my mistake, where was my issue. So then after that, I will reorganize, restudy the situation, restructure the teams responsible, and after that, going back to the same journey. So don't ever judge that this is a failure unless you, like, you know, appreciate the effort of the people or the teams that were working on this task. But need improvement, education, and follow-up. Yes. No, we should look where is error. Exactly. But we will never underestimate the effort of the people, regardless to the result. Sometimes we are talking about what we called it the culture of improvement. The people are providing efforts to improve, right? So let's have this scenario as we agreed. As you can see here, in the scenario we are talking about, as a quality improvement manager, following a trend analysis of your reporting system in the hospital, you have discovered that or reports showing a high rate of falling down in unit X during the last quarter, during the last 3 months. You are assigned to select improvement team to activate improvement initiative during the coming 3 months. يا اخوان، باللغه العربيه اللي حاب يستفسر عن اي شيء باللغه العربيه يكتب بس كلمه في الشات بوكس بالعربي. بس اكتب لي كلمه بالعربي علشان اعيد اي نقطه او اي شغله مثلا ما فهمتوها بالانجليزي. اذا في حد حاب بس يكتب كلمه بالعربي علشان اعيدها بالعربي. So again, case number 5, here we are talking about as a quality manager, we are assigned to do an improvement for the falling down. بالعربي ايش اخت ابتهاج، ايش اللي بدك اياه بالعربي؟ المعلومه اللي قبل ولا الكيس نفسها؟ طيب، اللي قبل باختصار سريع جدا، هذه الخطوات اللي احنا لازم ناخذها بالاعتبار لما احنا نختار اعضاء الفريق. احنا تكلمنا عن اكثر من موضوع، واحد منهم اللي هو اختلاف نوعيات الاشخاص. تايب ايه اللي هم الناس اللي بيشتغلوا بسرعه وبيشتغلوا بيقدروا ياخذوا اكثر من مهمه في نفس الوقت. وفي تايب بي اللي هم الناس اللي بيشتغلوا على المهام بطريقه جماليه اكثر وبيحققوها بشكل في جماليه اعلى من تايب ايه. برضه بنفس الوقت لازم ناخذ بالاعتبار اللي هم اختلاف نوعيه المهمه اللي احنا بنشتغل عليها. مين الاشخاص اللي موجودين في اللي هم في المهمه اللي احنا بنشتغلها؟ اذا جينا نشتغل في قسم الاشعه، لازم نختار الفريق من الناس اللي موجودين في قسم الاشعه اكثر من انه نختار اشخاص من برا قسم الاشعه. لما نيجي نحكي عن اختيار الفريق، لازم يكون انا عندي اعتبارات معينه باللي هم الاشخاص ذوي الخبرات العاليه في المكان. ايضا في جزئيه اختيار اللي هو عدد الفريق، انا المفضل عندي بالنسبه لي اللي هو من 5 ل7 اشخاص، وهذا التوصيات اللي هي الاعلى عليه. ولكن في بعض الحالات ممكن انا احتاج اني انا ازيد عدد الفريق حسب طبيعه المهمه او حسب حجم الوحده او حجم القسم اللي انا بشتغل عليه. ممكن في بعض الاماكن في اقسام تحتاج يكون في عندي اعضاء الفريق اللي انا محتاجهم في مهمه معينه يزيد عن 10 او 15 عضو في الفريق. تمام. وجزئيه مهمه كمان، انه انا لازم اهتم في انه المهمه اللي انا بشتغل عليها تكون محدده، ما تكون شيء عام، ما يكون شيء جنرال. يعني ما يكون مثلا عندي انا هدف تطوير قطاع الصيدله مثلا. تطوير قطاع الصيدله، طبعا انا في عندي اشياء خاصه في الصيدله او خصوصيه اكثر في الصيدله، مثلا اللي هي صرف الادويه او تخزين الادويه او تحضير الادويه مثلا. فبعمل اللي هو تخصيص اكثر للمهمه علشان ما تكون بالشكل العام. المالتي ديسيبلينري تيم اللي هو الفريق متعدد الاختصاصات. ما يكون فريق مثلا انا بشتغل اوكي، انا بحضر قاعد على تطوير مثلا في خدمه آه excuse me Abdurrahman, I've just repeated this in Arabic just because she asked me to explain it in Arabic. This is just only a repetition for what we have said a while ago. فالفريق اللي هو متعدد الاختصاصات هو بيكون الفريق اللي فيه اكثر من تخصص. حتى لو كان التطوير او التحسين في مثلا في قسم المختبر. في قسم المختبر انا ممكن اجيب ناس من اختصاصات مختلفه زي الاطباء او التمريض علشان انا احسن نوع من انواع الخدمات اللي موجوده في المختبر. ولازم طبعا يكون في عندي انا بالاعتبار اللي هو نوعيه او تحديد وقت محدد وقت محدد للمهمه اللي انا بشتغل عليها، وما يكون الموضوع متروك خلص انه ما له وقت. انا لما اجي اشتغل مهمه تحسين او تطوير في قسم او في خدمه معينه في القطاع الصحي، لازم يكون في عندي وقت محدد لها، ما تكون مفتوحه الوقت. يعني انا اجي اقول والله طوروا لنا قسم معين او حسنوا من خدمات قسم معين، لا، لازم انهيها في خلال مده محدده، شهر، شهرين، سنه. المهم انه يكون في وقت محدد لها. دائما خلوا بالاعتبار انه احنا من الاشياء المهمه جدا في اختيار الفريق او فريق التطوير انه يكون في عندي احنا بنسميه الاكسترنال اي، اللي هو الشخص العين الخارجيه اللي هي من برا القطاع اللي انا بشتغل فيه. ممكن انا اكون مثلا على مستوى الصيدله والتمريض والاداره الطبيه. العين الخارجيه عليهم ممكن يكون من قسم الجوده، حد من قسم الجودة هو اللي بيمثل العين الخارجية عليه. تمام؟ هذا باختصار اللي كنا نتكلم فيه. Okay, let's go back again to case number 5. As we said, we need to do an improvement for the falling down cases in Unit X, and this task is going to be done within 3 months. Within 3 months, and I need to select my team members. As you can see here, the team members are the head nurse of the unit. Okay. We select team, preferably team of 5. 4 of them are type A and should be mixture of nurse, porter, physician, and we put time frame. And during warming, we must look to the problem. Yes. So, and the team members, I have assigned what we called it the head nurse of this unit. Then I brought the charge nurse of this unit. I brought the quality staff in this team. Then I bring a nursing admin staff. I also consider a social worker in this team. As you can see here, in each team member, I have specified why do I selected this. Like, for example, the head nurse of this unit is a stakeholder, right? And he or she is also an expert person in this unit. Also, the charge nurse is a stakeholder, a process owner, and an expert person in this. The quality staff can act as an external eye. The nursing admin staff is an expert and can act like a cross-functional member. Again, I will remind you about the cross-functional concept. Cross-functional is the person who can cross the boundaries of the unit or the organization chart. So nursing admin staff, the deputy of the director of the nursing, a supervisor in the nursing department can be assigned in this group as a cross-functional member. A social worker can do her task in this improvement team as an expert person, and also can help me in the communication with the patient as well. The time frame is very specified, as it is 3 months, and a specific task is to achieve zero falls in Unit X during the coming 3 months and maintain zero falls in the rest of the quarters. This is a simulation how we specify the team members, we specify the time frame, and we specify even the task itself. Clear? Yes, sure. Safety can be also added. You might even utilize the engineering, the facility engineering department. Stakeholders are the end users or the people who are sharing the task. Stakeholders, usually, if I will give you an examples, you will understand it better than the definition itself. The people who are sharing a process are the stakeholders. Let's say, for example, in the radiology department, the stakeholder in the radiology department usually are radiologist, radiology technician, radiology specialist, assistant, porters, clerk. Those are the stakeholders in the radiology department. Clear, Mr. Abdurrahman? Can be, yes. Yes, they might be. But are you going to consider patient and family in the improvement team? You can consider them in one part. You know how? Once you need to verify that there is an improvement happened or there is a change happened in this unit. Yes, I can involve the patient or their families in the last part. How if there was a changes or if there was an improvement in the satisfaction level, for example, whether they are satisfied with the new changes happened in the unit or no. Feedback, yes. Thanks all for your participation. I really prefer that the kind of interactive lecturing rather than one-side lecture. So, in the rules of team, the healthcare quality professional performance improvement teams, the project team leader must be crystal clear about the expectation and requirements are for each of the team members. Again, the project team leader must be crystal clear about the expectations and requirements as it is here in the specific task. Achieve 0 falls. This is, I need to maintain 0 needles. Okay? The facilitator is basically guiding the team in a manner that helps the team function easily and efficiently. It is important that someone on the team or the sponsor be able to directly or indirectly engage the financial support that will be needed by the team. Now, let's move to the specific team duties and responsibilities, and please try your best to get the maximum benefit of the explanation. So please try your best to get the benefit, the maximum benefit of the coming slides. And the coming slides will contain a very crucial information about the rules and responsibilities of the team members. So as you can see here, we said sponsor, facilitator, leader, member, champion, recorder, timekeeper, and ad hoc member. Okay, let's go one by one. Sponsor, I will read, then I will give an example, and then I will ask you to confirm if you understood the rule of a sponsor or no, okay? So the first one is the sponsor. Sponsor is a key leader, task-oriented person. The sponsor reviews and support the team's work, providing context, guidance, and direction. This individual maintains the overall responsibility, authority, and accountability for the team effort. The sponsor will select, approve the project facilitator, coach, team leader, and team members. So again, the sponsor will select, approve the project facilitator, the project itself, the team leader, and the team members. This includes ensuring that all stakeholders have appropriate input into the project and team process and outcomes. The sponsor continually monitors the decisions and planned changes of the team and assures that they are in alignment with the strategic goals of the hospital. Ultimately, the sponsor implements changes the team is not authorized to make. So, my question now, in any hospital, what do you think? Who might be a sponsor of any team in the hospital? There are usually 1 or 2 or 3 maximum people in the hospital can act as a sponsor. Thank you for the answer. Hospital manager and executive director. Hospital manager, yes. Those, the CEO. The sponsor usually, either the hospital director, or sometimes might be the quality director of the hospital. In some hospitals, the sponsor might be the director of a service, but usually the sponsor of any team is the one selecting the project, selecting the team leader, selecting the team members, and he is the one responsible for the change. He is the one responsible for the improvement. Department head is a little, Mr. Faris. Department head will, at any certain point during the improvement, will need more resources, will need more approval from the higher management. So usually the sponsor can be only either the hospital director or the quality directors, and in some hospitals, those hospitals that have a very wide services, the director of the service can be act as the sponsor. Clear? What about clinical director? What do you mean? The medical director? The medical director, it depends. A medical director who is directing 200 or 300 doctors can act as a sponsor, but a medical director who is handling 50 doctors only sometimes can be only a team leader, but not a sponsor, because at the end, if he is not managing a very wide service, he might require the authority of the hospital director. Okay? The second responsibility, or the second type, the facilitator or the coach. Authority to change, authority to add more resources. Yes, financial resources, human resources. Now, I will simulate an example to you, Mr. Abdurrahman and others. Do you think the medical director can decide to add more staff or more manpower, or the hospital director is the one responsible to approve this? See, financial director is sponsor, but again, who is the one to approve the budget or the extra budget of the hospital? Is it the financial director or the hospital manager? It is the hospital director. If the financial director refused, who's reporting to who? This is why we said the hospital director is the sponsor. Now, if the hospital director assign a team for improvement, he is the one responsible for the extra resources required for this team or for this improvement initiative. And by the end, he is the one authorized to add more budget or to add extra resources. Clear? Excellent. So the second type of the responsibility in the team responsibility is the facilitator or the coach. So let's read and clarify, then we will simulate an example. Team facilitator serve as internal consultant or coach to the team. The facilitator does not care about the outcome of the team, but rather he is caring about the team process itself. If the facilitator is involved in the content of the process being changed, there is no objectivity to move the team along. As a facilitator, team building, listening skills, communication skills, organization skills, data analysis skills, and knowledge of performance improvement methodologies are needed. The facilitator does not have to produce the answer to the question, but he or she should guide the people how to answer the question. So what do you think? Who is the facilitator usually of any team? Looks like we have some confusion. Head of unit, head of department, team leader, department head, IT manager, pharmacy manager, nursing manager. No, let me go back again. Okay, focus on the red line, please. The facilitator should have and handle the following skills: team building, listening skills, communication skills, organization skills, data analysis, performance improvement methodologies. The facilitator does not have to produce the answer. The facilitator is not the one to answer the questions, but he will teach the people how to answer the questions. So what do you think? Again, who is the one who should have the data analysis, the performance improvement methodologies, the communication skills, listening skills in the hospital? Thank you very much. The quality department staff, quality head. Exactly. The facilitator is a coach. He is the one to attend with the team just to teach them how to act as a team. So most likely, the facilitator of any team usually will be the quality member of the hospital, the quality staff. Clear? Clear or need more clarification? Okay, let's move. Then we have the team leader. I think it is very clear to us who is the team leader. One member. Oh, by the way, who will assign the team leader? The team leader will be assigned by whom? Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Faris. Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Abdurrahman, as well. The CEO, yes, but we call the CEO as a sponsor in the team rules. Head of department, no. Who will assign the team leader? Usually, go back to the definition of sponsor. In the red line, the sponsor will select the project and facilitator as well, the team leader. Okay? Yes, the sponsor. So, in the team leader, the team leader is one member is appointed as a team leader, the person who owns the process, examined and has the responsibility and authority to lead the improvement project. The team leader is an active member of the team and is interested in the outcome. there is one change or one difference between the facilitator and the team leader. Just here, going back to the facilitator. As you can see in the second line, or in the first line, the facilitator does not care about the outcome of the team, but the team leader is interested about, and actually he is responsible about the outcome. So has the responsibility and authority to lead and the improvement project. The team leader is an active member of the team and is interested in the outcome of the team efforts. The team leader establishes the content for the meeting, runs the team meeting, summarize the end of the meeting, at the end of the meeting. If the team leader has never held that position, a strong facilitator should be appointed to the team. The facilitator will run the first several meetings as the leader learns the leadership role, and then the leader can gradually take on the role with the support of the facilitator. I know this is a very huge amount of information, but I will try to make it very simple and very easy to you. A team leader should have the following skills: communication, organization, confidence, respectful, fairness, integrity, influential, delegation, facilitator, and negotiator. So I just want you to understand this point. In the team leader rule, we said if the team leader has never held that position, a strong facilitator should be appointed to the team. The facilitator will run the first several meetings as the leader. So the facilitator, again, the quality staff, the facilitator will teach one of the team members how to be a leader for this team. He will enhance the leadership skills for one of the team members. Then he will teach him how to be a leader for this team. This is in case that all the team members have no experience to be as a team leader before. So the facilitator will be the one to help those people how to be leaders. Okay? The team leader should have the following skills: communication, organization, confidence, respectful, fairness, integrity, influential, delegation, facilitator, and negotiation. Is this clear to you, or do you want me to repeat? Clear. Okay. Thank you. Let's move. Team member. I think it is very simple rule. Team members are responsible for the working with the team. You know, those are the workers in the team. The team members are the workers, the people who are performing skill a task, doing actions. So the team members are responsible for working with the team leader to identify the opportunity for improvement, identify the issues, process flows, and root causes of the problems. They are responsible to collect and analyze the data, and then to recommend corrective actions, but they will not take the decision to do the actions. They will recommend only, recommendation only. Once approved by the team sponsor again, the team members are responsible to implement. So let's think about the consequence. Who will propose or who will recommend the improvement? A team member and a team leader. But who will approve the changes? Usually, the one who will approve the changes is who? The sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Abdurrahman. You are really focusing with us. The sponsor is the one to focus on, or the one to approve the changes raised by or recommended by the team leader and the team members, right? So, again, the team members, those people are the people who will study. Sorry. Again, the team the team members are responsible to work with the team leader. They will study the process itself. They will look for the root causes of the problem. They will start searching and recommending some changes, but they are not the one to approve the changes. The sponsor is the one to approve the changes. Now, if those changes or those recommendations were approved by the sponsor, now the team members will start implementing those changes, and they will implement them as in the picture of action plan. Team members needs the skills of listening, sacrificing, sharing, respecting others, and questioning and working hard with the team spirit. The team members must also be aware that in the beginning of the work will be done within the meeting itself. As project progress, most of this work will be accomplished outside of the meeting. And this will be reflected in the stages of the team. In the beginning of the norming stage, storming and norming stage, all our discussions will be in the meeting. But the performing stage will have the effort outside the meeting and will be reported in the meeting by the end of the performing stage. Is it clear? Any questions so far? Any questions so far? Yes. The last point I have said was that the performance of the team members usually will start in the go back to the stages of the team forming. In the norming, storming, and norming phase, usually our actions will be in a meeting. Like we will sit in a meeting, we will discuss with each other, we will raise some points for improvement, we will suggest some actions. But after those two stages, the team members will start implementing the actions outside the meeting, right? Like, for example, I will raise my point as, for example, I will say that we need to change one policy, and this policy should have the following 5 points, this and this and that. Then this was only discussed in the meeting. As a team member, after that, suggestion, if it is approved by the sponsor, the team leader will assign me to do the changes in the policy. So I will change the policy outside the meeting. Then in the next meeting, I will be back to the people of my team. I will tell them, guys, I have done my assignment. I have changed policy number X with those adjustments. And here is the policy adjusted. Clear? This is the idea of being the work being in the meetings, and after that will be uh, 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 outside the meetings. Any question for the team member? Yes, sure. Data collection can be considered in the problem statement or understanding the problem. Yes, they can do. Okay. The next rule is the champion. Who is the champion? The champion has influence within the organization, should be credible with an ability to pursue others, is a knowledgeable person on the topic, provides education and support staff, acts as liaison between the unit and the process improvement team, should have a strong belief in patient safety and safety culture, participate as a member, encourage and support team, particularly to the organization and leader. I will go back to one simple scenario introduced earlier. What do you think? Who can be the champion of the list of the members in the left side under case number 5? Who can be the champion? Head nurse? No. Again, the champion is a team member, okay? But the champion usually is going to facilitate some issues outside the unit or the department. Thank you, Miss Masuma, I think. The nursing admin is the one. He's a cross-functional member, means that he can cross the boundaries. And we are just talking about the champion as he has an influence within the organization, but not the unit. The head nurse is located in the unit. The nursing staff is located inside the unit. The nursing admin has much higher influence on the organization, should be credible with an ability to pursue others, and he is knowledgeable on the topic, provides education and support, act as liaison between the unit and the process improvement team, should have a strong belief in patient safety and culture of safety. Clear? Do you have any clarification about the champion? By the way, you just need to understand something. Champion, I can run a team without a champion. Okay, I will repeat. Okay. The champion, this person has an influence within the organization. In this example, which one of those people have the more influence to the organization? You will tell me the quality staff, right? The quality staff, we agreed, is the facilitator. But in this team, which one of the members have rule or have authority to expand his work outside the unit itself? The head nurse usually working in his area. The charge nurse is working in his area. QI staff is a facilitator. So who else? The nursing admin staff. Nursing admin staff is having a much or a higher level of authority to go through other units and departments within the nursing team or within the nursing department. Yes, supervisor is the nursing admin member. This is the role of the champion. Social worker, again, do you think social worker should be credible and is knowledgeable on the topic? The social worker here is not knowledgeable on the topic. We are talking about falling down here, right? The social worker is not knowledgeable about the falling down, similar to the nursing admin, right? So, Mr. Abdulrahman, was this clear to you, or you want me to repeat again? Okay. The champion is not a mandatory responsibility in the team. Okay, let's go back. Facilitator, sponsor by default, there is a sponsor for any team in the world, but facilitator is an essential role. Team leader, essential rule. Team member, again, also is an essential rule. Now, champion is not an essential rule. Champion can be one of the members. So you can run a team without a champion. Champion is not a mandatory rule. Okay, but if we want to select a champion in the team, I have to look for the person who have extra line of authority or who can cross the boundaries of the unit. I have just simulated this with the team members here. As you can see, which one of those people can act as a cross-functional person or the person who can cross the boundaries of this unit? Usually the nursing admin staff. Why? Because he is supervising different nursing units. Okay? As you can see here down, by the way, participate as member. Encourage and support team, particularly to the organization and leadership. Clear? Recorder and timekeeper. Again, this is not a dedicated person for recording and timekeeping. No, he is a member, but the team leader will give him an assignment. Please do the recording for the meeting. Please write down the minutes meeting or do the timekeeping for the meeting. So the recorder, both the recorder and timekeeper rules should be rotated throughout the team members. The person who is taking notes or watching the time will not be able to participate in the discussions as much as other team members. علشان هيك احنا بنعملها rotated بين members. This is why it is rotated between the members. If this task will take 6 months, every month there will be assigned recorder and timekeeper, different recorder and timekeeper. Why? Because this should be rotated between the team members. A recorder and timekeeper is not a dedicated person for recording and timekeeping. No, he is a team member, but we'll give him one more assignment. to do the recording and the timekeeping of the meetings within the team. Clear? Clear. So, Mr. Abdulaziz, prior time in the Dammam, if we can take a break. Yeah, just let me finish with this lecture and we will have a short break for prayer. Don't worry. Now, the ad hoc member, what we said about ad hoc team. Ad hoc team, as you remember, we said ad hoc team, those people who are expert, knowledgeable, and can run an improvement within a limited time and they will disband, right? The ad hoc member is also similar to the ad hoc team, comes and goes on the membership roster as expertise is needed by the team. One of my colleagues a while ago asked me in the follow project if the safety is required, right? You can call the safety as an ad hoc member just to attend in 1 or 2 meetings only, and then he can leave. This safety staff can act as an ad hoc member. He can just come for some opinion or some consultation within the team effort, and he can leave. This is what we mean by ad hoc member. Clear? Okay. So now let's simulate the same case with the responsibilities that we have assigned. We said that this team members will have head nurse of the unit, charge nurse, quality staff, nursing admin, and social worker. Okay? Try to answer in the chat box who will be the team leader. Head nurse. Head nurse. Head nurse. Yes, the head nurse will be. The head nurse is the team leader. But what if the head nurse was not capable to handle the head nurse, the team leader role? Who can be? Nurse admin. Okay. I don't want you to mix between this and that. Anyway, now we are talking about the team leader. The team leader, as we agreed, is the head nurse. Okay. The head nurse is the team leader. Okay. Who is the facilitator of this team? Exactly. The quality staff is the facilitator. Okay. The nursing admin can act as champion. We just a while ago we said the nursing admin staff can act as quality champion. Overall, we might give some extra assignment to the people within this team, but the major rules are the head nurse will be the team leader, the QI will be a facilitator, the nursing admin can be a champion as well as a member, the social worker also can be a member. Who is the sponsor of this project? Usually, either the hospital director or the quality director are the one who will sponsor this team. Was this clear? Okay, clear. So now we will have a 15 minutes discussion. So please feel free to ask or to clarify anything. In between, we will have also 5 minutes just to do our prayer if you want. And then we will go back to our lectures. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Contact the organizers يا أخت آيتين. Contact the organizers for your question. السيرتيفيكت والأشياء هي عنده. Yeah. Why the facilitator is not caring about the outcome? Because the facilitator is not responsible for the outcome. He is responsible to teach the people how to perform the task, how to collect data, how to do root cause analysis, how to create actions, how to produce actions. He is the one responsible to coach the people, to train the people. Was this answer clear? Again, the question is why the facilitator is not caring about the outcome. The facilitator is the quality staff. He's coming from the quality staff to teach the people how to act in the team, how to do their task in the team. The one responsible for the outcome is the team leader. The facilitator will tell the people how to do the data analysis, how to understand the situation, how to perform the root cause analysis, how to collect data, how to write the minutes, how to record the meeting. The main responsible person for the outcome in the team members is the team leader. No, it is not, they should not care at all. He is a quality staff, so he is under the quality department. The quality department is responsible for the whole performance of the hospital. So he is caring, but in the rule of the facilitator, he should act as a coach or as a trainer for the people. متى يكون المدير المناوب بشفت الليلي هو المسؤول؟ مسؤول عن ايش؟ المدير المناوب بالشفت الليلي، باي ذا واي، المدير المناوب حسب سياسة كل مكان، حسب سياسة كل مستشفى. في مستشفيات المدير المناوب ايكوال مدير المستشفى في خارج اوقات العمل الرسمي. بس طبعا اكيد في خارج اوقات العمل الرسمي مثلا ما راح يكون في اجتماعات ولا راح يكون في تيم ميتينجز. حالة الوفاة أو الحوادث، yes, he is responsible to handle all the responsibility of the hospital manager. هذا المناوب بشفت الليلي، المدير المناوب. طيب مستر عبد العزيز كان support the team by quality tools. الفاسيليتيتر yes. Clear. Facilitator act like educators. They are also care for it. Yes. Okay, clear. Thank you. You are welcome. حالة الوفاة والحوادث مسؤول عن المستشفى بعد الدوام الرسمي. Yes. You are welcome. So if you have any question, please write down your question. Or if you have no questions, let's have 5 minutes just for prayer and we will be back. Okay. If you have any question, please write down. Take your time, Mr. Mubarak. No problem. Okay. We will be back in 10 minutes. Okay. For the next lecture. Thank you. 5 دقائق إن شاء الله وبنرجع. لا، باقي ما انتهت المحاضرة، إن شاء الله شوي بنبدأ. دقائق إن شاء الله وبنبدأ، لأنه بس في بعض الإخوان راحوا للصلاة. دقيقتين ثلاث إن شاء الله وبنبدأ. Okay, can we start? Okay. So let's proceed to our next lecture, which is the last lecture in the team lectures. We have started with what we agreed on, the concept of teams, the type of teams, the stages of team formulation, and now we will end up with. My voice is clear. الصوت واضح؟ Okay. So we will end up with how we will evaluate the team, and why do we need to consider evaluating the team. You know, we are in the healthcare administration course, and one of the essential function of the healthcare leaders is how to evaluate the performance. And in the team performance also, there is a major part about the team performance. And the team performance can start from the beginning, the early stages of forming the team. So here, we will start now in this lecture. We will introduce to you about the team performance and how we will evaluate the team. Now, the role of the healthcare quality staff. The healthcare quality professional is predominantly a coordinator of the team process. If you remember a while ago, we said that the quality team in the hospital can act as a facilitator to the team process, a coach. So he is also the coordinator of the team process. He will teach the people how to perform and how to act in a team. The quality staff is a resource person for the people in the team, a centralized repository for both recipient and dissemination of information about the organization's quality strategy. Let's assume that I am a facilitator in my team. I am a quality staff and I am the facilitator of this team. During my initial introduction in this team, I will start discussing and I will start talking about the strategy of the quality department in the hospital. As you remember a while ago, there was one question about why the facilitator is not responsible for the outcome. But if you can see here, the quality staff will introduce the strategy of the quality department in the organization and in the hospital. By introducing this strategy to the people, by default, the team members will be engaged with this strategy, structure, processes, and outcomes. So it is by default, the team will act parallel with the quality vision, mission, and strategies within the hospital, the whole hospital, and the whole organization. In team coordination, the quality staff may oversee multiple teams and activities. So you might find a facilitator of team 1 is also a facilitator of team 2, team 3, or team 4, according to his or her capabilities. So facilitator also can act in different teams, not only in one team, because usually the facilitators are the quality staff of the hospital. So they can act as a facilitator or as a resource for the other teams. And may serve as a trainer and or a facilitator for a certain teams. The quality professional may serve as a member on certain system-wide strategic initiative teams or on the organization's strategic planning team. Overall, the summary of this paragraph is about the quality staff and their role in the hospital-wide performance of the teams. And in the real life, if you go now in any hospital or any healthcare organization, you will never find less than 5 to 10 teams or active teams responsible for activities within the hospital. You will find that there is a team, for example, responsible for the fall prevention, or a team responsible for the customer satisfaction, or a team responsible for fire safety in the hospital, right? In any hospital, you might find one facilitator in 5 or 6 teams. And his major part, his major role, or her major part, or her major role will be the dissemination of the hospital strategy through those teams or through the different teams that he is participating in. Overall, the main target of the healthcare quality staff in the hospital as a facilitator is to teach the people and to act as a resource staff for the people in the hospital, as well in the team. This is the only way how we can grant and how we can guarantee that the strategy and our vision in the quality is disseminated through the hospital teams. This is number 1. Also, there are occasions when the healthcare quality professional is asked to serve as a team leader. But this should be very minimal, such as when the organization-wide quality strategy is being redesigned and the quality professional is the obvious expert. Again, there are some occasions when the healthcare quality professional is asked to serve as a team leader. So The quality staff is not only a facilitator. We might assign the quality staff at a certain point to be as a team leader. And this should be in a very minimal occasions. Why? Because sometimes if we are redesigning the strategy of the quality department, or we are having a holistic change or a total change in the quality direction of the hospital, that time the best way to facilitate the dissemination of the new strategy or the new direction of the quality department is to make the quality staff as a team leader. Why? Because if I assign him or her as a team leader of the different teams in the hospital, he will be also responsible for the outcome of this team. He will act like a facilitator, and at the same time, he will be responsible for the outcome. Let's have an example. If we are in our hospital, for example, now, we are moving toward automation of the services, automation of documentation, moving from hard copies to soft copies on the system. As a sponsor, as a director of the hospital, you might assign the quality staff, as a team leader in, let's say, in the automation process of the documentation, because you need this quality staff to teach the people how to act in the team, as well to be responsible for the outcome of this team in the automation process. And this is the best way how you can push the change from hard copies to soft copies. The team leader is the quality staff. The responsible person for this team is the quality staff himself or herself. So sure, he will take his team with him toward achieving the strategic goal of the hospital, from moving from hard copies to soft copies or automated documentation. Was this clear to you? So this is a tricky solution that can be done by the hospital director to enhance the performance of the teams and to grant a very quick win. Assigning the quality team as a team leader on the teams is one of the tips that can be used or can be utilized by the hospital director to what? To grant and to guarantee the transformation of the strategy or the changes in the strategy. Do you have any question, or I can proceed? The role of the quality staff was clear to you, how it can be changed at a certain point? Again, if you any question? Okay. Team establishment. Team establishment can be through quality department or hospital administrative staff. As I introduced you, who will be the sponsor usually in the hospital? Either the hospital director or the quality department. But you just need to know that the quality department will never act without the approval of the hospital director, right? It is one umbrella. And this umbrella is being led by the hospital director. So the quality department will move according to the instruction of the hospital director. Let's agree always that the sponsor of the teams are either the quality director or the hospital director. If you want to have this explanation in like a very nice way, if you are working in the quality department, make sure that the sponsor is the hospital director, even though the quality can act as a sponsor. But to make sure and to enhance the response of the people to the change or to the improvement, make sure that it is coming from the hospital director. People will, will be interacting more with the hospital director sometimes rather than the quality director, right? So in order to make it like a valuable instruction or a valuable direction from the hospital direction, it is better to have it through the CEO or through the director of the hospital. Example, quality department will request for official improvement team for a certain problem or issue. Or department manager can initiate an improvement team through official request from quality and management of the hospital. The whole picture by the end is to go through the changes and to go through the adjustment required in this part. Through management, yes. In both ways, you should grant the support and approval of the hospital management. This is just, Mr. Abdulaziz, as you can see, this in both ways, you should grant the support of the approval of the hospital management. Why? Because at a certain point, if you are in the team performance, you might stop once you need to change a major process in the hospital. And you cannot change this process without the approval of the management. So keep the hospital management aligned with you whenever you are doing or whenever you are performing within the team concept. Keep in your mind, while improving a process, you will need to have some extra resources, and this will go through the management support. The quality staff have no authorities to grant extra budget, right? And most of the teams, most of the initiatives, or most of the improvement initiatives will require extra resources. And mainly, we might adopt a new technology or a new like machine or a new services. This will never go unless you approve it from the hospital management. So it is the responsibility of the quality staff who are in the team to make sure that they are aligned with the hospital management. And this is how you can grant the performance of your team. Also, as a quality, as a facilitator, or as a leader, even sometimes in the hospital teams, you need to make sure that there are some essential items after establishing the teams. And if you remember, in the first stage of the team forming or of the team stages, in the forming stage, I said something, I talked about the ground rules. And this is one of the essential parts that should be introduced to the team by the quality or by the team leader if he is or she is an expert team leader. Ground rules, we will explain it now. Orientation to the team members also, and documentation is an essential part of the teams. Let's talk a little about the ground rules. What do we mean by ground rules? Try to answer with me, please. What do we mean by ground rules? Basic. القواعد الأساسية المتطلبة. Essential rules. Let's say, for example, what are the ground rules in the airport? Can we smoke in the airport, in a public area of the airport? Like, yes, for example, in any like organization, like a foundation, what can and cannot be fine. Yes, this is the idea. You should clarify what is allowed, what is not allowed, what are the limits of the team. And this should be the first thing to introduce to your team. Soon as you establish the team, you need to set the special conditions or criteria for of your team during the improvement process. I am now a team leader or I am now a facilitator. Guys, I'm running this team or we are sharing with together in this team, but I need you to understand the following rules. Our meetings will be on weekly basis. Each meeting will last for 1 hour. It is not allowed to interfere while we are discussing. It is not allowed to absent or to be absent. It is not allowed to bring food, for example, in the meeting. Those are examples of the ground rules, and this should be introduced to the people in the beginning of the team process. This equal a law that your team should follow and comply during the initiative and the improvement plan. Do not communicate your ground rules verbally at all. Make them written because people sometimes will not remember. But if you handle those documents or those ground rules as a written document to the team members, or if you share it with them as an email communication, that time you make sure that all your team members have read this ground rules and they have to comply with. So again, do not communicate your ground rules verbally. Have them written and documented, and make sure you disseminate them to your team members. And sometimes you might ask for acknowledgement of receiving. Send the ground rules through email and ask the team members to reply that they have to confirm the receival of the ground rules of our team. Example of the ground rules. As you can see, number 1, turn off the cell phones. No sidebar conversation. Everyone's input is valuable and equal. Start on time and end on time. All members should participate. Respect each other's. Clear? I will just try to explain it by Arabic because I think this is one of the essential things to be discussed. الجراوند رولز اللي هي القواعد الأساسية للفريق، وهذه ببساطة لازم نبدأ فيها في البداية، في بداية عملنا كفريق. إما قائد الفريق أو اللي هو الكوتش او الفاسيليتيتر تبع الفريق، اللي هو ضابط الجوده، هو المسؤول انه، او قائد الفريق هو المسؤول انه يوضح القواعد الاساسيه للاجتماع وللاجتماعات وللفريق بدايه عمل الفريق. بعضها ممكن يكون له علاقه مثلا بعدم استخدام الجوال، ممكن عدم اللي هي السماح بالنقاشات الجانبيه والكلام الجانبي اثناء الاجتماعات، الاحترام المتبادل بين اعضاء الفريق، الالتزام بالوقت والمواعيد، تكرار اللي هي او عمليه اللي هي تكرار الاجتماعات بين الفريق وفريق العمل مثلا، واللي هي انه كل الفريق لازم يشارك في النقاشات وفي الاكشن وفي العمل القائم عليه الفريق. كلير؟ Okay. Another topic also, and it is an essential topic, is the orientation to the team members. Initial orientation and introduction of the team members is required in the first one or two meetings. The team members required to freely talk and disclose to each other. And this part is the responsibility of the team leader or the facilitator of the team. This part can have a great impact in the trust relationship among your team. What is the most difficult stage in the team development? This is a question to you. What is the most difficult phase in the team stages? Who can answer me? The storming. Okay. I need more answers, please. Performing. Second and third. Storming actually is the most difficult stage. Why? By the way, many teams disbanded in the second stage because of the conflicts, because of the ability or the capabilities of the team leader to handle the situations. So the most difficult phase is the storming phase. Now, a good team leader, why I have asked this question? Yes, because the leader need to manage the team and manage the conflicts among the team. Okay, from my experience point of view, believe me, sometimes it will, like, if you are in a team, sometimes it will take a lot of effort to handle the conflicts in the team. And yes, of course, different thoughts, ideas, culture, knowledge, background, many things are affecting the storming phase. So one of the tips or one of the advices, actually the valuable advices for the people, if you are not limited with a short period of time, try to expand the forming phase. Why do we need to do this? Because if you expanded a little in the forming stage, if you made the orientation, the like the introduction of the team within 2 to 3 or 4 meetings, you will start building up a trust relationship. Yeah, they said time will help to heal. And also can impacted the trust relationship between the team members. So if you are not limited with your time, if you are not in hurry to start the effort of your team, try to expand a little in the forming stage, add more meetings in the forming stage to build up, a respect and a trust situation, or a respect and trust relation between the members. And this can decrease a little the impact of the storming phase. So initial orientation and introduction of the team members is required in the first 1 to 2 meetings. The team members required to freely talk and disclose to each other. And this part is the responsibility of the team leader or the facilitator of the team. This part can have a great impact in the trust relationship among your team. Even you can also try to create a friendly atmosphere in the team, like adding some funny ideas or some, like, friendly ideas between the team. And this have a lot of advices, like, even, for example, in the beginning, you might start up with like a social meeting rather than like an assignment meeting. Yes. So we should extend more time in forming stage. Yeah, this can be one of the advices that we are using sometimes. But again, it depends. It depends on the type of team you are forming or the kind of the task you are working on. Imagine if you have a limited time, which is 4 months, for example. Do you want to expand the forming stage? Most likely you are not going to. If you are an expert team leader, proceed, because you have a limited time. And during the storming phase, you need to act as a team leader, as a strong, firm team leader who can handle the conflicts. Okay? Was this clear? And the opposite side, if you have flexibility on the task you are performing, you might expand, yes. If you are working, let's say, for example, on a project for one year, you might expand the first forming stage for 5 or 6 meetings. Like within 1 month, you are just only forming the team. But if it is a limited time, or you are very tight with the deadline, you have to proceed. Do your task, do your homework at the beginning or at the first meeting, and then start performing. Start forming and then storming, then you will proceed to the norming and performing. متى تنتهي المحاضرة اليوم؟ إن شاء الله، إن شاء الله بعد 10:30 بيظل عندنا ربع ساعة ديسكشن. إن شاء الله على 11 إلا ربع، بين 10:30 11 إلا ربع إن شاء الله. So this is like kind of tips that you can use in the orientation part. Also, another type of orientation is the quality improvement orientation. By the way, once we are, that we have the very, very simple tools for improvement, which is the BDSA or BDCA or focus BDCA. Those tools, the people sometimes are not oriented about those tools. So as a quality staff facilitator to this team, you have to go through the quality improvement tools. You need to introduce to the people the quality concept, the quality improvement concept. What do we mean by quality improvement? What are the tools that we are using in the quality improvement? The people should know, should understand the idea of collecting data, analyzing data, root cause analysis, flow charting. Sometimes people need to know some tips about the quality concept, or some tips about the quality improvement tools. So another type of orientation is the quality improvement orientation that should be done also by the quality personnel within the team, or by the team leader who is expert in such activities or initiatives. Let me ask you a question here. Anyone of us here in this course working out the quality department but knows the quality tools? some of them. Mr. Abdulaziz, Mr. Yusuf, Miss Al Jawhara, Mr. Abdul Rahman, Mr. Yahya. Please mention your role in the hospital or in the healthcare organization, and mention anything about the quality tools that you know about. Anything. I just wanted to be like a participative discussion. Root cause analysis to analyze medication errors in the pharmacy, sharing experiences, SWOT analysis, Lean, Fishbone, Six Sigma, BDCA, Focus BDCA, RCA, FEMIA, Miss Hajar. Yeah, see the physician and my role team leader in my department. Perfect. Now, like for example, as you can see here, are you all quality staff? Uh-huh. This is exactly what I'm talking about. We are not all of us are quality staff, but we know little about quality improvement tools. Like here, I'm medical director, SWOT analysis, KPI, risk management, supposed. The idea here is the quality tools are not something limited to the quality people. In the successful scenario, in the successful situation, quality is everyone's responsibility. And the quality department will just prioritize to you what are the areas for improvement in your hospital. Then you, as a head of department, you as a leader in the hospital, as even a staff, you can initiate the idea of improvement in your hospital unit or in your department or in your area of working. And the major part of the quality team is to orient the people about the quality tools. It is not something private for the quality people. So let's continue in this slide. This might include simple introduction to data management, quality improvement tools, flow charting, root cause analysis, and other quality tools. This is also in the essential orientation part to the team. In some cases, you might utilize need assessment to your team members so you can know what they really need to know before starting. Need assessment. Have you ever heard about this concept? I have typed this in the chat box. Need assessment. الصوت واضح؟ اوكي. Okay. What do we mean by needs assessment? In one of the requirements in the CBAHI and GCI accreditation, especially for the education part or for the education department in the hospital, it is required by each hospital to run what we called it needs assessment to understand what are the في صوت المشكلة عندك أخت وداد to understand what is the topics that the staff need to know in this year or in the coming year. This is what we call the needs assessment. Even in the team, even in the preparation for the team scope, you as a facilitator, you might do a very simple needs assessment for the people. You know, like on a very simple piece of paper with 3, 5, or 3, 4 questions. What do you need to know about the quality? Number one, root cause analysis. Number two, like for example, please click or like type something do you want to know about quality improvement, and just distribute it to the team members. By this way, you might know what the people needs to know before starting the team process. This is the need assessment. Simple survey, very short survey, and you ask the people what they need to know in the quality improvement tools, for example. If you will run this needs assessment among the hospital units and departments, it is going to be different. Clear? Determine the needs, yes, and mainly educational needs. Don't mix. Sometimes the people will ask you to have a luxury car. This is their needs. We are talking about needs assessment for education. So the needs assessment is for education. Yeah, really. Sometimes the people will ask for a luxury car. Yes, if you know the needs, you will educate the people based on their assessment. Was this clear to you? The need assessment? Excellent. So it is one of the tips that you might use it, and you can just simply make it very simple for your team members. Or if you want to run this as a hospital-wide process, you can simply ask the people to clarify what are the needs, the educational needs for them in the next year, and they will start typing the requirements of the educational needs for them. Okay. Also, in some cases, and don't forget that education might continue while you are in the process. The first step is to do orientation. As a facilitator, are you going to stop educating the people or the members of your team? Usually not. You will guide them. You will direct them. Right? What are the 3F of the quality team? Have you ever heard about this concept? I will type it in the chat box. Have you ever heard about it? Okay. They said quality is a friend or a fair friend. So usually, as a quality staff in the team, you need to continue acting like a facilitator to your members. As well, the people who are working with you should always be guided by you. Don't stop your education. Don't stop the process of teaching the people while you are in the process. So it is not only an orientation, you continue to reach the part that all the people are educated enough to deal with the same concept of team in different occasions. Clear? Okay. I have said that as a quality facilitator or as a facilitator to the team, the 3F, yeah, this is the character of the quality staff. You should be a fair, firm friend to the people. Fair, like from justice, you should be dealing with the people in equity and equality as well. Firm, you have no right to uh, to accept violations. At the same time, act like a friend. So you build a trust relationship between you and your staff in the hospital or your colleagues. Was this clear? Okay. عادل وحازم وودود. طلعت سبحان الله يعني اسماء بس اتس اوكي ماشي. فير فيرم فريند، اللي بيقراها هيك راح يفكرها اسم شخص ولا شيء. آه صحيح. بنفس الترجمة يس. عادل وحازم وودود، أو إنه صديق للموظفين. طيب, to continue, we need to understand what are the tips for building a successful team. Okay, you should clarify your expectation. Leadership should communicate its expectations with the team members, understand why the team was created. Team members have adequate time, resources of people, or resources of money. So the first tip to build a successful team is to clarify your expectation from this team. Okay. Also, you have to build the correct context. Team members understand why they are on this team. Team members understand why teams are utilized to make these improvements. Team members understand how what they are doing on the team affects the organization's goals. Principles, visions, and values. Here, please, my voice is clear to you? Excellent. We need to focus a little for the context. And I just want you to understand one thing here with me. And please, for anyone who want to explain by Arabic, please write Arabic. الناس اللي حاب باللغة العربية بس أوضح أي نقطة باللغة العربية بس يكتب لي So, team members understand why they are on this team. And this is one of the essential rules. Okay? Once you start your effort with the team, explain to them that this is a quality initiative. People should talk quality. People should verbalize the understanding of the quality. We are doing improvement just to take the people from their units and work with us. No, there is a target behind the quality. There is a satisfied patient, a safe patient because of my effort, because of our effort, because of our initiative. So people should understand that we are doing a quality improvement. Okay? And as a quality staff in this team, you have to link the initiative with the strategy of the quality department of the hospital. And this is your responsibility as a facilitator. Clear؟ واضح يا اخوان؟ اذا في حد عنده استفسار يسأل. Clear؟ تمام. I will explain in Arabic for few seconds. بالعربي الجزئية هذه المهمة. وظيفة الفاسيليتيتر في التيم أو الكوتش في التيم، المدرب تبع التيم تبع الفريق، وظيفته برضو من وظائفه كمان إنه يربط الشغل اللي بيصير في الفريق، يربطه باستراتيجية قسم الجودة. يعني الناس تكون فاهمة إنه إحنا بنشتغل مش علشان إحنا نطلع من الأقسام والله، أو نأخذ سبيس وقت مثلا يكون في عندنا اجتماعات وخلص فري من الشغل. لا، الهدف الأساسي إنه الناس تفهم جزئية إنه أنا طالع أشتغل في تطوير الجودة، في تطوير الأداء. وإيش الهدف الأساسي من تطوير الأداء أو تطوير الجودة أو الرقي بجودة الرعاية الصحية؟ الهدف الأساسي منها المريض وسلامة المريض ورضا المريض على الخدمات المقدمة له. يعني من الجزئيات المهمة على الفاسيليتيتر أو على المدرب تبع الفريق إنه يربط أداء الفريق ويوضح هذه النقطة لأعضاء الفريق إنه أنتم أدائكم مرتبط باستراتيجية الكواليتي أو باستراتيجية قسم الجودة. واضحة؟ أوكي. العفو. Also, I need to consider the following tips for building a successful team. Commitment. Team members want to participate on this team. Team members feel the team's efforts are important. Team members committed to accomplishing the team's mission. Okay, so commitment also is one of the responsibility. Who is responsible for the commitment in the team? Who is the one responsible for the commitment? The facilitator or the leader? Leader. Leader, thank you. Thank you. All, yeah, but mainly it is the responsibility of the leader. Exactly. The leader is the one responsible for the commitment. Okay? Competency. Team members feel they have the appropriate members on the team. Team members feel the members have the knowledge, skill, and capability to accomplish this mission and to be able to repeat this in a different task. Okay? This is what do we mean by competency. It is not a one like an a one time activity. No, the team members should understand that soon in the future they might be a member again of another team for improvement. So make sure that you made them competent. عندهم القدرة والقابلية انهم يعملوا نفس الإفورت بطريقة ثانية مع فريق ثاني. Also, as a team leader, you have to do a charter. Team has developed their own mission, vision, and strategies to accomplish the mission. Team has defined and communicated its goals, anticipated outcomes and contributions, timelines, and how it will measure the outcomes of the team's effort. Charter is one of the tools that can be used by the team leader in order to monitor the progress of the team. Control. Team members have the empowerment and the freedom to feel ownership to accomplish the mission. And if you are successful enough, you will do this spirit. You will make the people like, they are empowered enough to watch themselves. رقابة داخلية, internal, they are auditing themselves rather than having someone auditing them. This is a great spirit that you can build in your team. رقابتهم الداخلية على أنفسهم. هو رقيب على نفسه. he is pushing himself to perform. Team members understand their boundaries, limitations are defined at the beginning of the project. Team members hold each other accountable for project timelines, commitments, and results. Clear? Collaboration and communication. Collaboration, I think it is very clear, but the team understand team and the group process. Team members understand the stages of group development. Team can approach goal setting, problem solving, and process improvement together in the performing stage, for example. Communication, the team members understand the priority of tasks. Team members communicate clearly and honestly with others. Diverse ideas are brought into discussions. If you have any question, please ask, okay? The last thing we need to understand once we are talking about the team is how to evaluate the process of team. Do you have any question till now? Okay. Then, now we reach to the end of the team story. Evaluation of the team process. The simplest way to determine if the performance improvement team was effective is to ask the three basic questions. Did the team reach the goal that were stated in the charter at the beginning of this effort? Did the team follow the performance improvement model? Were individuals responsible in completing their assigned task or not? So simply, this is how you will evaluate your team. The initial task that we have agreed in the beginning, was it done or not? Did we reach to zero fall or no? Did we reach to 0 needle stick injuries or no? Number one. Number two, did the team follow the performance improvement model that I have created or I have assigned them to do it in the beginning or not? The last thing, were the individual responsible in completing their assigned task or no? In some prolonged cases of team process, you might be required to do your evaluation through measurements, like setting KPIs among the process you are working to improve. The team members' participations as well and commitment. You know what is the abbreviation KPIs? KPIs are the key performance indicators. Yes, thank you for the one who answered this. Key performance indicators. In some processes or in some long-term teams performance, you might set a KPI. A KPI to monitor the performance of the team. In Arabic, I will say مقاييس الأداء. You can set a group of measures, whether those measures are being done or not, achieving their targets or not. مقاييس أداء، وهل حققت الهدف المرجو منها أو لا. مقاييس الأداء باختصار. في بعض الحالات ممكن تحتاج انك انت تعمل مقاييس اداء خاصه باداء الفريق اثناء عملهم في التحسين. You set a group of KPIs for the people while they are performing their task in the team. Okay, this is one of the examples for the evaluations. Okay, now also you have just also to keep in your mind one important thing actually. As a team leader, don't leave the people flexible in their performance. At the same time, balance between the supervision and the flexibility. But let the people understand that there are some checkpoints. Like next week, I don't know if my leader is going to ask me about the task I have done or not. Okay? This is how you will create the feeling to the members that they are being watched, they are being supervised by someone who's always looking for their performance. So don't be that much flexible or don't be that much tight. Try to balance between flexibility and frequent checkpoint, and then document and record whatever you have done. And this is again the major advice for me, you, and for others. Always document and record what you have done. Do you have any question for the team performance evaluation or for the whole processes of team? Please feel free to ask, because we will end up and we will close the subject of teams. If you have any question, feel free to ask. Stakeholders, what does it mean? Stakeholders are the people sharing the process, the people responsible for the process. And as I mentioned earlier today, the stakeholders usually, I'm explaining the stakeholders in examples rather than definition. Stakeholders of pharmacy department will be the pharmacist, the pharmacy assistant, maybe the porter of the pharmacy. the supply chain or the procurement department or the purchasing department who are providing the medications for the pharmacy also a stakeholder in the pharmacy. Was this clear, Mr. Abdul Hamid? Again, if you have any question for the team concept, anything about teams, because we will end up with the concept of teams. We have one more lecture and we will finish, inshallah. One more lecture. If you have any question for the teams, feel free to ask. I always state that my team members are my tools. Without them, I can't work. Thus, I need to take care of them. Exactly, yes. Tomorrow, I will give you one actually very interesting topic about how you will impact or how you will affect your team members. No, لا المحاضرة ما خلصت يا اخوان، باقي محاضرة أخيرة. We did not finish yet. باقي محاضرة يا اخوان. Break 3 to 5 minutes, okay? هو مش بريك، هو دقيقتين بس، هيك دقيقتين بس. Okay, can we start? Okay, the last topic of today will be, inshallah, the action planning. It is one of the major thing actually linked with the team performance, and it is mainly related to what we called it the documentation and the recording of the effort of the team. Let's like agree that we are talking about health in general, healthcare administration, and how we can enhance our management, our way of management. Action planning is one of the common things that we might encounter in our daily life in the hospital or in the healthcare organization. And we all need to understand and to know how to formulate a professional action plan. And then what will be the uh, what will be the way of communicating or presenting the action plan to the management, to the team, to the people. So overall, I need to go through this item, and we will, inshallah, try to finish it within most likely 30 to 35 minutes, and then we will open the area for the discussion after that. So here in this lecture, we will have an introduction to the action planning, the key elements of action planning, and how to formulate an effective action planning. Okay? So, first thing to ask, or first thing to know, or first thing coming in our mind, what do we mean by action plan? خطة عمل. دائما بنسمعها. Action plan. Action plan. What is action plan? Action plan is a list with a sequence of tasks or resources which outlines needed actions and when they need to be carried out to achieve a predefined goals. Action plan are a very popular management tool within professional organizations. Most of the organizations are using action planning. And if you are not doing your actions through action planning, you have to go back to yourself and ask yourself why you are not doing this. Because usually, action plan, if it is written well and disseminated well, communicated well to the target people, you can grant the improvement and you can grant the implementation of the actions in your hospital or in your healthcare organization. Action plan can be done by the smallest level staff as well the higher level of the management. It is not something like, exclusive for the managers or for the higher managers. It is good for the low level staff or for the low categories of the staff, the junior staff also, to understand and to know how to formulate an action plan. Common to find a quality improvement projects. It might be also written in the strategic planning, root cause analysis during committee meetings, and can be utilized through simple email communication. It is not only for improvement initiatives or improvement projects. A quality staff or a manager in that department can send an email with an action plan. So he can grant or she can grant that the people are following the action plan as it is going to be implemented. Why do I need to do an action plan? Why to action plan? Action plans are very useful for communicating strategies and establish a clear direction for the people. In the coming slide, you will see the way how we are creating the action plan. What are the items listed in the action plan? They provided visibility of objectives and the steps required to make them tangible. Concrete. What is tangible? Did you know? Anyone knows what do we mean by tangible? ملموس. نعم. So action plan provide a visibility of objectives and the steps required to make them tangible and concrete. A plan of action breaks down the entire vision into achievable pieces that are manageable and executable. Right? We have the wide vision or the wide mission. This mission will go through objectives. Those objectives will break down to a small actions. Those actions are the cornerstones or the small pieces of the whole picture of the vision or the mission of the hospital. So this is why it is really important. Generally, action plans evolve into plans which will provide detailed description of tasks, resources, timelines, and their preconditions, and can then be monitored during the execution. And it is an essential part of the leader, the manager, or the team leader, or the quality staff, or the hospital director himself or herself to watch the execution of the action plan with the consequence of the time frame allocated in the action plan. How to write an action plan? Starting from objectives. Define your objectives. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Okay. First of all, to the left upper side here, objectives. Set down your objectives. Define the objectives that implement your strategy. Then assign a task. Break down your objectives into a high-level task. And who will be responsible to do this task or this action? Scheduling, when it will be done. Then plan your schedule or plan your task, and after that, execute. This is how to briefly write the action plan. Number one, describe your objectives. Start by defining and describing the objectives you are trying to achieve. There may be one there will be one overreaching goal for your strategy, or there may be various as well. This is an integral part of goals-based strategic planning. Break down the vision, as I just told you, break down your visions into objectives. Each objective will have 3, 5, 10 actions or tasks to be done. Those actions will be listed in an action plan. So those actions are the essential part of your strategy or your vision. The objectives should be clear and self-explanatory. You can start with a one-liner and I treat drill downs into more detail. Example of objective. What do you think? Any example of objective? Who can give me one objective with 3 or 4 actions? If I said my objective in the pharmacy to enhance medication safety. This is an objective. Decrease expired medication. Okay, let's say my objective is to enhance medication safety. List down 3 or 4 activities or 3 or 4 actions to enhance the medication safety. Decreasing the possibility of expired medication, number 1. And this is an action. Number 2, enhance the double checking of the high alert medication, for example. Number 3, correct storage of medication. Number 4, close monitoring of high alert medication. Number 5, you will list down 5, 6, 7, a lot of like-alike, sound-alike, LASA medication, like-alike, sound-alike medication as well. But this is not an action. I need it to be as an action. Action should go through the concept of SMART: specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bounded item. So the major objective was enhance the medication safety. Group of actions under the objective: decrease the expired medication. No, improve employee skills is an objective. It is not a general, it is not a specific action. Improve employee skills, if you want to formulate it as an action, make it very specific. What kind of skills? Improve, for example, patient identification skills in the pharmacy staff. This is an action. In general, you can say improve employee skills, but you will go down one by one and break it to a very specific actions. Okay? High alert medication is a general concept again. High alert medication have storage, have dispensing, have preparation, have double checking, a lot of items under high alert medication. The idea is, decrease patient fall in the unit. This is an objective. If I will go, let's go through this example again. Decrease the patient fall in the unit. This is my objective. How I will do it? I will start. Number 1, like for example, enhance the fall prevention signage, or let's say enhance the compliance to the fall risk assessment of each patient. Okay, or assign each patient with the level of score or with the level of fall risk. Apply a signage in the patient room and in the patient hand telling that he is or she is a high risk for fall. See, those are examples of the actions. Effective communication is an objective. Put it as an objective. Enhance effective communication, and I can list down 3, 4, 5 actions below. Identify patient with high risk. Yes. Okay. So this is the item. Number 1, list or put your objective. Then list down 3, 4, 5 up to the much number you need for the actions to be done. But once you talk about actions or tasks should be very specific. Clear? Yes. See, this is another example of action. Educate patient how to prevent fall, or educate patient how to use fall prevention measures. So number 2, break down tasks and steps. Break down your objectives into tasks. Visualize the steps that need to be done in order to achieve the goal. Depending on how large the objective is, you may need to break it down into categories or phases before listing the steps needed. You got the idea? Some objectives, if we said, or if we talked about, for example, the general objective of enhancing the patient safety, I can list down 3 phases. In each phase, I will list down a group of tasks. Also, this is another tip that we might use it in the action plan formulation. Okay? Before listing the steps needed, be exhaustive with this list in order to avoid any unforeseen hurdles in the process. Once you break down the objectives to tasks and actions, now start assigning people responsible for it. Okay? You need to specify who or what team will be in charge of performing each of the tasks and steps previously. This part, you need to know that the level of action plan will be different. Let's say, for example, if the hospital director is creating an action plan, he set an objective, then he break down the objective to different tasks and actions. The hospital director, if he is going to assign the responsible person or responsible people, do you think the hospital director should write the responsible person by his name or by his service? By his service. Why? Because he is the hospital director. But imagine again, we are in a single unit. We are, let's say, for example, we are in the outpatient pharmacy. In the or let's say we are in the CT scan department, not the whole radiology department. If we are in the CT scan department, let's say, and we are creating an action plan, I will assign the actions by the name of the staff because we are a small group and we are in one team, right? Like, for example, I need to enhance the safety in the radiology department. I will say, first, this is the objective. I need to enhance the safety, or this is my goal, my general goal. I need to enhance patient safety in radiology department. Number one, enhancing safety in MRI, for example, department, or in MRI unit. This will have a group of actions. Number one, enhance the correct patient identification in the MRI reception. This, for example, I will assign it to staff, for example, Amjad, or staff Khadra, or any staff there. This will be the assignment among the team in the same unit. But if we are doing this in level that is higher than the department, the assignment of the people will be according to their service or according to their department. Okay? Clear? Then, establish deadlines and milestones. It is very important to consider this. Don't put action with responsible people and you left it without a deadline. Otherwise, the people will not be committed to do so. So put them a deadline. They can understand that you will go back and clarify if they have done this part or not. So make sure you specify when each of the previous tasks should be completed, taking into account review and rework time. If you have broken down your action plan into phases, then establish a milestones at each phase in your plan of action. Make sure to determine precedence and preconditions to identify bottlenecks. Clear? Also, if you are running an ideal action plan, you should clarify the resources needed. Visualize what people and resources you will need to get each of the tasks completed. Reasoning about resources is critical to understand the size and dimensions of the endeavor. This step is critical for a reality check, okay? And it can vary. If you are presenting this to the higher management, you need to show the resources required. Then, plan progress metrics. What are the measures you need to consider in order to monitor the implementation of the action? No plan is complete until progress and achievement indicators are defined. Individual task, milestones, and overall objectives will have their own ways to measure progress and completion establishment. Establish this form at the beginning of to be able to carry out the appropriate monitoring and control. Okay? How am I clear? Do you have any queries, any question? Excellent. I know, I'm sorry, Mr. Abdul Hamid. Inshallah, 10 to 15 minutes, we will finish. I'm so sorry, but you know, we have to continue. Okay, how to make sure your action plan is effective? Visualization, number one. Make it visible. Let people see the action plan you have drafted. Share it with the people through emails, through reports, through presentations, through meetings, but make it visualized to the people. Write SMART goals. SMART is an abbreviation for specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bounded actions. Involve the whole team in the planning. Know each step in depth. Break your project into milestones. Go over the action plan with others. Monitor, measure, and update as you go. Don't put the action plan and the implementation of the action plan will be over 3 months, for example, then you will leave the action plan. Let's say now today we are in June. I have created my action plan today, and this action plan will be executed over 3 months. Don't leave the action plan until September. Go back in July and August, recheck the progress of your action plan implementation. How to present your action plan. And we have 3 categories how you will present your action plan. Either you are going to plan or to present your action plan to convince people about the action plan, or you need to present your action plan just to inform and to report, or you need to present your action plan for monitoring and control. And each one of them have special criteria. If you need to convince people, number one, if you need to convince people about your action plan, talk about the benefits. Add more columns in your action plan, talking about the benefits. What is the impact of this action? What will be the impact of this action? Link it with the implementation of the vision and show the relation with the cost. Is it going to reduce the cost? Is it going to increase the revenues or the investment? So this is how you will show your action plan for convincing people. Okay? Example, if I will decrease the number of medication errors, or if I will decrease the number of falls, I will have 0 rejection from the insurance companies for the extended cases because of the fall. And this have a lot like a direct contact with the cost reduction, right? So if you want to present the action plan for convincing people, talk about the benefits of those actions. What are the benefits that we will gain from the implementation of this action? Then link it with the implementation of the vision of the hospital or the organization. And if possible, try to correlate the actions with the cost reduction or revenue or return of investment and enhancing revenue of the hospital. This is number one. So we are presenting action plan for convincing by this way. Or present your action plan to inform the people. Simply present the purpose why we are implementing this action plan. Every activity should answer one of the following questions. Why is the activity part of the plan? Where should the activity happen? Who the team or individuals is responsible for carrying out this action? What resources are planned to be consumed during the action plan implementation? When should be the activity start and end? How will the activity be carried out? Okay, this is the simple way how we are reporting the action plan. Number 3, present your action plan for monitoring and control. And in this part, mainly you will use it with the quality team, with the directors, with the managers in the hospital. Show and present the status of the actions and tasks, whether closed or still open. Present some findings while implementing some actions. Present some findings. Let's say, for example, staff X or department X did not perform their task. And write down that staff X or department X did not perform the task was assigned to them. Report actions that are not implemented and exceeds the deadlines. Okay. I think we are in the last few slides. Simple sample of action plan. As you can see, item. What is the item? Let's say we are talking about number 1 in the item is the medication safety. والله انا بحاول على قدر الامكان يعني نحكي بالعربي، بس انه للاسف احنا البرنامج باللغه الانجليزيه ومطلوب باللغه الانجليزيه منا. So number 1 is the item. Let's assume that we are talking about enhancing patient safety action or enhancing the medication safety. For example, the action will be enhancing the correct patient identification or monitor the compliance to the double checking process in the pharmacy. Okay, responsible, who is the responsible person or who is the responsible service or department? Then I need to set a time frame. Who will be the one to perform and when it will be performed? The status of the actions, is it open or closed? طيب انا راح اشرح الجدول باللغه العربيه بس خليني اخلص باللغه الانجليزيه. Status, is it open or closed? And last thing is, it is like, you know, it's an option to be added in the action plan. Is it related to comments? If there is any obstacles, if you have faced any issues in the action plan implementation. تمام. باللغه العربيه بس يعني هيك بشكل مختصر. الشكل هذا هو يعني الشكل المختصر لخطة العمل عادة. ببدأ من اليسار، أول قائمة، أول لاين اللي هو ايتم. إيش يعني ايتم بالإنجليزي؟ ايتم بالعربي الجماعة اللي معنا عاد. البند، أيوة البند. تمام. البند، بعد البند أنا بحط مثلا البند بشكل عام. البند الأول مثلا ممكن يكون سلامة المرضى، أو سلامة اللي هي سلامة سلامة الخطة العلاجية مثلا، أو سلامة التعامل مع الأدوية مثلا. هذا البند بشكل عام. الأكشن اللي هو المهمة أو العمل اللي إحنا بدنا نعمله علشان نحقق البند أو الإجراء. البند أو البند هذا أول شيء اللي هو الموضوع العام. الإجراء اللي مطلوب منا ننفذه اللي هو الأكشن، هذا لازم يكون دقيق، ما يكون بشكل عام مكتوب. يعني ما يكون مكتوب مثلا أنا كإجراء مثلا لسلامة اللي هي لسلامة المرضى، مثلا أجي أكتب إجراء بشكل عام إنه المحافظة على سلامة المرضى، لا هذا مش إجراء. الإجراء الأدق والأصح مثلا باجي بكتب صعب أشرح باللغة العربية الأكشنز. التشديد على الالتزام بسياسة التعرف الصحيحة على المريض من خلال مثلا من خلال الرقم الطبي والاسم كامل. هذا إجراء، فأنا بكتبه بطريقة سبيسيفيك، خصوصية جدا، يعني خصوصية يعني مش عامة، واضحة ومفصلة. شكرا. دقيقة أو محددة، نعم. بعدين في العمود الثالث اللي هو الريسبونسبيلتي، مين المسؤول عن تنفيذ هذا الإجراء؟ المسؤول عن تنفيذ هذا الإجراء إذا كنا على مستوى إداري بنحط المسؤولية بأسماء الأقسام: قسم التمريض، قسم الصيدلية، قسم المختبر. أما إذا كنا على مستوى الأفراد داخل قسم واحد بنحط الأشخاص المسؤولين عن تطبيق الإجراء بالاسم. تمام. تايم فريم اللي هو المهلة المحددة لإجراء لتنفيذ هذا الإجراء، وهذه تختلف حسب البلان أو بتختلف حسب الخطة. في مرات في بعض الخطط even in English, sorry, I did not say this, the time frame varies either monthly, quarterly, annually, and it depends on the plan. التايم فريم اللي هو الوقت اللازم لتنفيذ الإجراء ممكن يكون تواريخ معينة احنا نحطها، مثلا 15/6 أو 20/6 مثلا إذا كانت خطة العمل قصيرة الأمد، يعني short term plan بنحط التواريخ بالأيام، أو إذا كانت طويلة الأمد على مدار 6 أشهر أو أكثر if it was long term plan by monthly assignment of time frame، يعني بنحطها بالأشهر، شهر 6 أو شهر 7. في ممكن برضو احتمال آخر احنا نعمله إذا كانت طويلة الأمد جدا، يعني بعد مثلا 10 أشهر أو 15 شهر ممكن نحط تايم فريم 3 months أو 3 أشهر أو 6 أشهر مثلا. الحالة اللي هي الستيتس، هل هي تم التنفيذ أو لا، open أو closed، إنها تحت الإجراء أو تم التنفيذ. تمام، واضحة؟ طيب الآن now let's have your own questions, your discussions and your clarifications. Please feel free. Any questions or clarifications please. أسئلة يا أخوان أو استفسارات. الجدول هذا لمن يوضع؟ هذا الجدول احنا قلنا فيه ثلاث طرق لتقديم اللي هي خطة العمل. إما لإقناع الإدارة العليا مثلا بتنفيذ خطة معينة، خطة عمل معينة. أو إنها فقط للعلم، يعني ممكن نقدمها في واحد من الاجتماعات، أو إنها تكون مثلا لمتابعة العمل. على جدولنا احنا حاليا في عندنا ربع ساعة ديسكشن، فهذا من وقتكم، يعني وقتكم انتم. فرجاء اللي عنده اي استفسار او اي سؤال. خطة تحسينية improvement plan، خطة تحسينية improvement plan. اول شيء اعمليه اللي هو الجاب اناليسيس، دراسة اللي هي الفروقات، ايش الستاندردز وايش الوضع الحالي اللي احنا فيه، الفروقات بين اللي هي الستاندردز والوضع الحالي. بعدين نحطيها بطريقة نقاط عامة، كل نقطة أو كل هدف له، أو كل فرق في التطبيق بين الستاندرد وبين الواقع، بتحط عليه مجموعة من الأكشنز اللي هي الإجراءات، وبتربطيها بأشخاص مسؤولين عن تنفيذها وبوقت محدد لتنفيذها. Who sets up the plan and table? It depends on the type of the plans or the table you are creating. This might be done by a group of people working in one committee or one team or one department, or this can be done also by a group of directors and the level of the management. Strategic and action plan. Strategic planning is something totally different. The action plan is, you can consider it as, you know, if you sit and Dr. Ahmed, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Just yesterday we discussed about the strategic plan, and we mentioned strategic plan. It is a map to guide you between 2 points: where you are, your present reality, and where you would like to be, your future reality. So between where you present and where you would like to be, in between we have a gap. So we need to do assessment for the current circumstances by using SWOT analysis. Yesterday we discussed that. So SWOT analysis, we have strengths and we have weaknesses and we have opportunities and we have threats. So based on that, we were able to do the action plan. So we need to do the action plan. The action plan, as Dr. Ibrahim, he mentioned, the action plan, how it's supposed to be look like. And I would love just to add one thing more. Just for the action plan, we need to measure the effectiveness of our action. This is something is very critical and very important to measure it. How we can measure the effectiveness of our action? By using certain KPI, key performance indicator. And yesterday also we discussed it thoroughly. So I hope it's clear for everyone. Now, the action plan, anything you do, we have, like someone he asked, for example, about خطة تحسينية. الآن احنا لما نحكي improvement plan أو خطة تحسينية, we are following the scientific methodology, like for example focus BDCA. Now الاكشن بلان هي same, سواء في الستراتيجيك بلان اللي بنسميها بالاوبريشنال بلان, فيها اوبجكتيف, وفي عندك اهداف, وفي عندها اكشنز, وفي responsible person, وفي deadline, وفي KPI key performance indicator connected with that. طبعا هنا معظم يعني all the action plan التايم فريم تبعها is the same, there's no difference. بس احنا الواي how to do that, every single one have different way. Okay, like what I explain right now. I hope I answer your question. Thank you very much. شكرا دكتور إبراهيم.
العفو دكتور أحمد. Questions please, any question? again, we have an 5 minutes more for the discussion. Please feel free to ask. الدورة ما انتهت، باقي بكرة إن شاء الله آخر يوم، بس اليوم محاضراتنا إحنا انتهينا من اليوم، محاضرات اليوم باقي بكرة آخر يوم. Yes, إحنا we just finished, so if you have no questions we can finish of today. Thank you very much. Thank you. يعطيكم العافية جميعا ونراكم بكرة إن شاء الله. تابع مع الأورجنايزرز اللي راح عليه يوم الجمعة، تابع مع المنظمين، مع الإخوة المنظمين. الدورة 4 أيام إن شاء الله، وبكرة آخر يوم الدورة. تفضلوا يا إخوان. نعم إحنا هيك خلص انتهينا إن شاء الله. يعطيكم العافية جميعا.